Chapter 241 Netherworld White Tiger, Netherworld Arena. After 4 or 5 minutes of intense fighting, Davis successfully forced Zhu Zuqing back with his powerful fourth soul skill. White Tiger Annihilation. He then said to Zhu Zuyun, who had also retreated to his side, "We can't drag this out any longer. Let's use the Netherworld White Tiger." As the battle progressed, the two men estimated that some people off the field who could influence their future had begun to harbor disloyal thoughts. To prevent these thoughts from spreading, they had to win the battle as soon as possible. Although it's a bit unseemly to win by using a spirit fusion skill, it's still better than losing. Zhu Zuyun, who also understood this principle, nodded. She turned around and quickly threw herself into Davis's arms. The White Tiger Martial Soul and the Netherworld Cat Martial Soul merged together, and Davis and Zhu Zuyun also became one. The two, who were already connected in body and mind, had a higher degree of synergy in their martial souls than Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing in the original timeline. Therefore, the Netherworld White Tiger they displayed was also more powerful. A terrifying behemoth, more than 10 meters long and 5 or 6 meters high, appeared on the 100-meter-long circular arena, attracting the attention of everyone present. This was the first time Yu Yan had ever seen the Netherworld White Tiger. The enormous energy-formed White Tiger was covered with patterns of the Netherworld Spirit Cat, and a pair of large wings were attached to the sides of its body, giving it the ability to fly. The Netherworld White Tigers released by the two high-level 4-ring Soul Masters are fully capable of defeating many Soul Kings with their martial souls head-on. Standing in front of this giant beast, Zhu Zuqing felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the Netherworld White Tiger and took the initiative to act, unleashing her fourth soul skill, which she had never used before. Fourth soul skill, Netherworld Field. Zhu Zuqing, who spends most of her time with Du Guyan and the others, has also developed the flaw of the verbal soul skill. However, Zhu Zuqing's voice is usually not loud, which is why not many people have noticed this characteristic of hers. The fourth soul skill, Netherworld Field, is a genuine 10,000-year soul ring, which comes from a 10,000-year-old cat-like soul beast with the bloodline of the dark demon evil god Tiger. This soul ring not only made a slight improvement to Zhu Zuqing's Netherworld Spirit Cat, but also gave Zhu Zuqing a special force field soul skill. Within this special 30-meter radius, targets identified by Zhu Zuqing as enemies will have their perception of their surroundings greatly reduced. Zhu Zuqing can create more than a dozen illusory clones in this special Netherworld arena, and she can quickly switch between adjacent clones. When a dozen or so clones move and run together, without any special means, you simply cannot predict where Zhu Zuqing will launch her attack. Davis and Zhu Zuyun's combined form, the Netherworld White Tiger, Stu. D in the center of the Netherworld arena. Looking at Zhu Zuqing rushing towards them from all directions in different postures, it roared to the sky, and a powerful energy shockwave spread outwards. This shockwave swept past the clones generated by the Netherworld arena. Something's not right. These Zhu Zuqings all seem to be real. My perception is the same. Inside the Netherworld White Tiger's body, Davis and Zhu Zuyun's conversation led them into silence. Clearly, the Netherworld White Tiger, lacking any special abilities, failed to detect the authenticity of the clones generated by the Netherworld field. Damn it. I can't see anything at all. If my purple demon eyes could advance further, I would definitely be able to see through it. In the direction of Shrek Academy below the final arena, Tang San, whose eyes were flashing with purple light, could not tell the real from the fake clone in the Netherworld arena. He could only see a little bit of things and could not see through everything. This unexpected situation made Tang San very uncomfortable. Especially since coming into contact with Yu Yan and his group from the Beast Academy, Tang San felt that nothing had gone smoothly for him. Before meeting Yu Yan and his group, Tang San was an unparalleled genius. Everything was within his judgment and prediction, and he never suffered any losses. But after encountering Yu Yan and his group, Tang San really didn't have a single day of peace. The purple demon eye is divided into 4 realms: perspective, insight, mustard seed, and vastness. In the original timeline, Tang San broke through from insight to mustard seed with the help of immortal herbs. In this timeline, Tang San did not have any immortal herbs, so it was impossible for him to break through the purple demon eye out of thin air. The dew of longing for autumn water, which helped Tang San evolve his purple demon eye, also helped Yu Yan develop a golden eye ability that was even more powerful than the microscopic stage of the purple demon eye. At least the golden eye could tell where Zhu Zuqing was when she wasn't moving quickly. Getting back to the point, unable to determine which was real and which was fake, Davis and Zhu Zuyun decided to directly use a powerful area of effect attack to strike all of Zhu Zuqing's clones. Before the Netherworld White Tiger could use its area of effect attack, Zhu Zuqing had already arrived in front of them, and more than a dozen Netherworld field clones used the Netherworld Thrust Soul skill together. When the energy-infused Netherworld White Tiger's neck was struck hard, Davis and Zhu Zuyun realized Zhu Zuqing's approximate location. Before they could react, Zhu Zuqing used the special movement effect of the Netherworld field to quickly move to the location of another clone and used the Netherworld 100 Claws to quickly complete the attack. Zhu Zuqing, who had pushed her abilities to the limit, radiated a golden white light. This light was the product of the fusion of two immortal herbs, the medicinal power left in her body waiting to be digested and absorbed, or perhaps a special ability. After being attacked repeatedly and failing to land several blows, the Netherworld White Tiger unleashed a considerable surge of soul power. Davis and Zhu Zuyun withstood Zhu Zuqing's attacks and secured victory with a deadly move. Energy surged across the Netherworld White Tiger's body, with a massive amount of energy converging on its right forepaw. As the energy transformed Netherworld White Tiger's body gradually became transparent. It slammed its right forepaw into the ground with all its might, the terrifying force causing cracks to appear on the final arena. A terrifying energy surge erupted from the ground, attacking everyone in the final arena like an erupting volcano. Of course, the main target of the attack was Zhu Zuqing, who had to be defeated. When the Netherworld White Tiger made a move, Yu Yan took the initiative and a small sun appeared in his hand. A gear energy ring with 12 prisms appeared behind everyone except Zhu Zuqing, blocking the Netherworld White Tiger's attempt to clear the field. After becoming a soul saint and possessing a martial soul true form, Yu Yan's understanding of soul skills has reached a new stage. He can slightly change the way soul skills are released without exerting his full strength, which is an interesting but not very useful ability. Zhu Zuqing did not have the sunlight forged crystal wheel because it was a request she made before the match. She wanted to win the match with her own abilities as much as possible. Yu Yan judged that this attack would only injure Zhu Zuqing and would not defeat her. Chapter 242 The Beast Wins, the finals arrive. You really trust me, huh? Beside the Netherworld White Tiger, Zhu Zuqing, who was keeping a close eye on everything, glanced at the sunlight-forged crystal wheels hanging behind her companions, muttered a few complaints about Yu Yan in her heart, and then focused all her attention on the battle in front of her. Zhu Zuqing's first and third soul rings flashed back and forth, and she used two soul skills back and forth as she constantly moved through the super large-scale attack released by the Netherworld White Tiger, trying her best to avoid the attacks. However, with such a wide range of attacks, it was impossible for Zhu Zuqing to perfectly dodge them at this stage. Occasionally, an attack would hit Zhu Zuqing, causing her to let out a painful groan. The continuous use of all skills also caused her soul power to be rapidly consumed. After a full minute of massive, wide-range attacks, Davis and Zhu Zuyun, supporting each other, finally saw the scene on the final stage. Zhu Zuqing stood before them, covered in injuries. Her soul power fluctuated, and she didn't look well either, but she had a happy smile on her face. Zhu Zuqing was very unhappy. She had not relied on Dai Mubai, who had abandoned her. And she had also defeated the heavy burden that had once weighed on her. This was her victory. The remaining members of the Beast Academy had a gear-shaped energy ring hanging behind their heads, with varying numbers of prisms flashing on the ring. When this scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, it was clear that the Beast Academy had won the match. After a brief silence, the surrounding stands erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause as they celebrated the exciting battle. Hateful. Seeing Zhu Zuqing win the battle, Dai Mubai, whose emotions fluctuated wildly, slammed his fist on the table next to him, smashing it to pieces. Yu Xiaoging, who went to see Bibi Dong but failed to obtain the method for cultivating twin martial souls, witnessed The powerful Spirit Hall Academy team and the Beast Academy team firsthand, and began to worry about whether Shrek Academy could achieve good results. Wow. That's impressive. At the Spirit Hall team's rest area, Yan looked at the Beast Academy team, who hadn't suffered any injuries, and commented, "The Beast Academy will be our opponent in this year's finals, right?" Not necessarily. Shrek Academy's 7-in-1 fusion technique is not to be underestimated either. It combines the power of 7 people to unleash tremendous strength. Be careful when you encounter this academy in team battles. Xiao sat upright in his chair, answered Yan's question, and reminded his teammates to be careful during the official match. Beast Academy, Shrek Academy. We thought this year's all-content and Elite Soul Master tournament would be a piece of cake for us, but we didn't expect there to be such a pleasant surprise. We hope they can become even stronger. Hu Liena leaned on the table, glancing at the Beast Academy and then at Shrek Academy. Her tone revealed no surprise, only a strong sense of confidence that victory was assured. 3 Soul Kings, 4 high-level Soul Masters, an and martial soul with combined fire and earth attributes, and a powerful martial soul fusion skill. This is the source of Hu Liena's confidence, and also the source of the confidence of the members of the Spirit Hall team. Thanks. After recovering from Yi Lingling's treatment, Zhu Zuqing looked at Yu Yan and once again expressed her gratitude very solemnly. I just provided an opportunity. Rapid progress is also due to your hard work. There's no need to thank me. If you really want to thank someone, thank yourself for your perseverance and daily hard work. Having roughly understood Zhu Zuqing's emotional journey, Yu Yan accepted her gratitude and pointed out the person Zhu Zuqing should truly thank. If Yu Yan hadn't had a good impression of Zhu Zuqing, and if he hadn't witnessed her actual performance firsthand, he wouldn't have given her so many opportunities. Sensing the atmosphere was becoming too serious, Xiao nudged Yu Yan with her elbow and then looked at Zhu Zuqing and said, by the way, Zuqing, Yu Yan and I might go to the Star Luo Empire after the competition. You'll have to be our tour guide then. Well, there's really no way around it. When I was in the Star Luo Empire, I always stayed in Star Luo City and didn't go out much. When it comes to cultivation and combat, Zhu Zuqing can offer a lot of advice, but when it comes to playing, she really doesn't know anything about it. They know more than the two of us. We can go and wander around together and have some fun in the Star Luo Empire. Xiao Wu, who hadn't expected the conversation to end here, found a gentle angle and slowly continued the conversation. Compared to the cheerful laughter from the Beast Academy, the Star Luo Royal Academy team was rather quiet. As the seeded team in this competition, it was one thing to lose to another academy, but Davis and Zhu Zuyun even lost to Zhu Zuqing, who was younger than them. If they could still act as if nothing had happened and continue chatting, Yu Yan would have to give them a thumbs up for their good attitude. The 4th round of the All-Continent High-Level Soul Master Elite Tournament began after a day's rest. To the audience's surprise, this round of battles was much more normal than the previous round. The Spirit Hall Academy team, the Beast Academy team, and the Shrek Academy team, which were clearly stronger, did not meet each other. They all drew a strong but not very strong opponent. After Shrek Academy decisively defeated the competition with their 7-in-1 fusion technique, the 4th round of the competition ended without any suspense. And the final 3 were none other than the 3 strongest individuals. Of the 3 teams, apart from Ma Hongjun of the Shrek Academy team who suffered a minor injury due to frequent battles, the combat strength of the other 2 teams was basically intact. After watching 4 rounds of the competition, different viewers had different guesses about the champion of the final. But what was generally agreed upon was that Shrek Academy would definitely not be able to win the final championship. Some daring spectators even boasted that if Shrek Academy won the championship, they would eat shit at the gates of Wuhan City. The bright sunshine shone on the earth, and under its light, the Papal Palace, not far from the final arena, appeared even more magnificent and otherworldly. In front of the Papal Palace, 2 rows of guardian knights composed of soul masters stretched from the entrance of the Papal Palace down the mountain. Their bright elver armor and heavy knight swords demonstrated the formidable strength of the Spirit Hall. The eliminated teams have all left, and were not even allowed to watch the final day's battles. Only the Tr. Yuli young and powerful are qualified to step onto the square in front of the Papal Palace. Yes, the location for the first 4 rounds of the competition is not the same as the location for the final 5th round. Early in the morning, the 3 teams that had made it to the finals waited silently in front of the papal palace, waiting for Pope Bibi Dong to appear and for the finals to begin. The teachers from the 3 academies, as well as the ordinary spectators who had been specially invited, could only wait on the outside and were unable to enter the plaza. The spectators inside the plaza were all powerful individuals capable of influencing a region. Chapter 243 The Pope appears, 3 soul bones. The square in front of the papal palace is no smaller than the arena where the previous competition took place. The square is paved with special stones. Upon closer inspection, one can see that these stones have a faint fluorescent glow. Yu Yan, who has been reading various classics for many years, immediately recognized that this is an extremely rare and expensive material that can be used to forge real divine weapons. How can we describe the preciousness of this material? Even the incredibly wealthy 7 treasure glazed tile school could only use these materials to make plaques, while the Spirit Hall used them as bricks to pave the entire square. Among the 21 students standing in front of the papal palace waiting for the start of the final, Yu Yan, Xiao and others looked the most relaxed. Firstly, they didn't take this so-called final seriously at all, and secondly, they had never seen the Spirit Hall truly take them seriously, so they had no faith in the Spirit Hall whatsoever. Xiao and the others, who grew up in Wuhan City, had a gleam of faith in their eyes when they looked at the papal palace, while Yu Yan and the others did not. As everyone waited, the doors of the papal palace slowly opened, and a group of people walked out from the side door. 12 cardinals, whose rank was second only to the platinum cardinals, slowly walked out and stood in front of the papal palace, 6 on each side. Standing on the left, the first Platinum Bishop amplified his voice with his soul power and shouted, "His Holiness the Pope has arrived. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" A roar like a landslide and a tsunami echoed through Wuhan City. That wasn't just the voice of the neatly arranged paladin knights on Mount Papa. It was also the shout of all the soul masters in the entire Spirit City, forbidding them from approaching Mount Papa. To them, the Pope was the highest faith, the representative of the angel god on earth. The gates slowly opened, and Bibi Dong, dressed in a shimmering gold gown, wearing a purple gold crown, holding a scepter, and with a solemn expression, was the first to walk out of the papal palace. She had an ethereal quality to her, seemingly infinitely tall. Most plea present didn't even notice her stunning beauty. At this moment, she represented only the majesty of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Her golden gown fit her perfectly, and the magnificent dress shimmered with precious stones. The more than 100 red, blue, and gold gems on it complemented the purple gold crown on her head, as if all the light was concentrated on her alone. Upon seeing Pope Bibidon's appearance, they all knelt on one knee and said, "Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope." The atmosphere at that moment was indescribable. Even Tang San, the resolute Tang clan assassin, couldn't help but feel a desire to prostrate himself in worship amidst the shouts coming from all directions. Bibi Dong was followed by 4 people. Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Chen Xin, the level 96 super Douluo sword Dao, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Ghost Douluo. Dugu Bo was originally qualified, but he politely declined because he disliked Chrysanthemum Douluo. While most people were captivated by Bibi Dong's aura, Yu Yan's gaze lingered between Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong. After seeing Bibi Dong in person, he had only one question. Why would Bibi Dong all in love with the unassuming Yu Xiaogang? Is this the legendary story of a male version of the US president falling in love with me, a cleaning lady? Or perhaps it's like a princess falling in love with a poor scholar in a storybook. I don't understand. I don't understand. Qian Zunji probably couldn't understand this problem back then, which is why he was so angry that he became the Douluo of the secret chamber. Xiao Wu stared at Bibi Dong, her eyes burning with hatred for this woman who had killed her mother. She wished she could rush up and kill this vicious woman. Sensing Xiao Wu's emotions, Yu Yan reached out and grasped her hand, signaling her not to get too excited and to discuss revenge another day. Feeling the warmth from Yu Yan's hand, Xiao Wu's emotions gradually calmed down, and she returned to her usual calm mood. To avoid going too far, the students from the Beast Academy, led by Yu Yan, simply bowed and did not kneel down like the others. Shrek Academy took a similar action to the Beast Academy. Both colleges were in this situation, and they looked out for each other, which wasn't too outrageous. How dare you be so disrespectful to His Holiness the Pope? The cardinal who had previously shouted, "The Pope has arrived," angrily rebuked the members of the Beast Academy and Shrek Academy who had not knelt down. As the cardinal rebuked her, Bibi Dong's gaze softened. She raised her hand, and the cardinal immediately shut his mouth, his face filled with awe. Bibi Dong approached Tang San, looked him up and down, and after observing him carefully for a while, had a rather pointless conversation. She also praised his character. After praising Tang San, the behavior of Yu Yan and the others naturally seemed insignificant. Bibi Dong merely glanced at the Beast Academy before turning her gaze back to the 21 young soul masters who had entered the finals. I see hope in you. Before the Pope's palace, I would prefer to see all your talents and strength. The ultimate winner will receive the Spirit Hall's greatest reward. As Bibi Dong spoke, she gently waved her scepter, and 3 points of light instantly magnified in front of her and floated in midair. The 3 points of light were the fiery red right arm bone, the pale blue skull, and the dark green left leg bone. The light emanating from these 3 10,000-year-old soul bones could be clearly seen even at the foot of Pope Mountain. In an instant, the entire spirit city was in an uproar. Apart from those who knew the final reward beforehand, who could have imog? In that the champion's reward would be 3 extraordinary spirit bones. A widely circulated saying in the Soul Master world is that more rings and more bones mean a higher skill level, while fewer rings and fewer bones mean you have to run away. A soul bone of exceptional quality can give you a head start. As Pope Bibi Dong introduced the items, Spiritual Condensation Wisdom Skull, Explosive Burning Flame Right Arm, and Extreme Speed Chasing Wind Left Leg, all of which possessed a quality of 10,000 years, became known to everyone present. Those unaware of the details were astonished by the Papal Palace's extravagant gesture. Those who know the inside story have already guessed who these 3 soul bones are intended for. Without a doubt, the Skull of Wisdom Condens. Ed over 10,000 years is for Huliena, the right arm of flames that exploded and burned over 10,000 years is for Yan, and the left leg of speeding forward over 10,000 years is for Xiao. Giving away 3 10,000-year-old soul bones to her trusted confidant for no reason is something even Bibi Dong, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, could not do easily. However, if it were to be used as a prize in the Continental High-Level Soul Master Elite Competition, and given to Huliena and others after they had brought fame to the Spirit Hall, it would be barely acceptable, at least that's what Bibi Dong planned. Chapter 244 Shrek Academy forfeits the tournament, battles Spirit Hall Academy. This morning, your 3 teams will take turns competing in the individual elimination rounds. The team with all 3 wins will advance directly to tomorrow's championship match, while the 2 losing teams will compete for the other spot in the finals this afternoon. Now, please, have the team captains come forward to decide the order of the matches. After displaying the prizes for the champion of this continent-wide high-level Soul Master Elite Tournament, Bibi Dong loudly announced the official start of the competition. Because Tang San didn't have a 40,000-year spirit ring or the 8 spider spirit bone, even though he displayed considerable combat power, it wasn't enough for Bibi Dong to personally confront him. Moreover, Bibi Dong didn't think the Spirit Hall's golden generation would lose. Even if the Beast Academy, which consistently finished last in the finals in previous years, were lucky enough to recruit a few good students and have some impressive performances, it wouldn't cause much of a stir. Therefore, this final qualifying round was not the same as the original timeline, where all 3 teams competed together in a rule-changed qualifying round. The draw results in the Beast Academy facing off against Shrek Academy, with Spirit Hall Academy receiving a bye for now. After the result of the Beast Academy vs. Shrek Academy match, the winning team will face off against Spirit Hall Academy to determine who advances to the winner's bracket and who advances to the loser's bracket. Facing the Beast Academy, which had once decisively defeated them, Shrek Academy, after some discussion, decided to go through the motions and then surrender, allowing the Beast Academy and the Spirit Hall Academy to fight an individual match. By doing this, they could not only save some effort, but also take the opportunity to observe the methods of the Beast Academy and the Spirit Hall Academy, which would make it easier for them to carry out their plans. In a timeline where no Beast Academy was originally vying for the top 3 spots, after Shrek Academy conceded defeat and entered the losers bracket, the reorganized Kamikaze Academy also surrendered and entered the losers bracket, engaging in a thrilling team battle with Shrek Academy. Now, Yu Yan believes that the advantage is in his hands. There is no need to go into the losers bracket and mess around with Shrek Academy. He will directly knock the Spirit Hall Academy into the loser's bracket in the individual promotion match and let them have a destined team battle. Wouldn't that be wonderful? After the battle against Shrek Academy ended, it was time for the battle between the Beast Academy and the Spirit Hall Academy to begin. Meng Yiren will go first, Dugu Yan second, Zhu Zuqing third, and then it's my turn. If I lose, we'll have our secret weapon, Xiao Wu, go. Before the battle against the Spirit Hall Academy began, Yu Yan, as the captain, conducted a tactical arrangement that was not exactly a tactical arrangement, something he hadn't done in a long time. As a student personally trained by the Beast Academy, Meng Yiren would make Yu Yan uneasy if he didn't let her perform on stage. So, he took turns going on stage one after another. This was Yu Yan's an unpretentious tactical planning and thinking process. The first to appear from the Spirit Hall was a level 46 offensive type Soul Master whose spirit was the Crystal Dragon Beast of the Light attribute. His level was 3 levels higher than Meng Yiren's. However, Meng Yiren still managed to fight back and forth with this offensive type Soul Master by relying on her skillful control type Soul Master techniques. In the end, Meng Yiren successfully forced her opponent back by adopting a tough stance of trading injury for injury, and won the battle at the cost of serious injury in the final move. Isn't she pushing herself too hard? Doesn't she think about the upcoming matches? The Soul Master, who was defeated by Meng Yiren despite being 3 levels higher, was utterly bewildered as he watched Meng Yiren being helped off the stage. Then he saw that Meng Yiren's severe injuries had been completely healed by the 9-Heart Begonia Soul Master from the Beast Academy. Okay, I see. Having roughly grasped Meng Yiren's battle strategy, the Soul Master sighed and returned towards the Spirit Hall Academy to receive simple treatment from their support-type Soul Masters. Meng Yiren's thinking was also very simple. This should be the biggest stage she could stand on. If she didn't take advantage of this stage to showcase herself, she might not have another chance in the future. In addition, with Yi Lingling, who had the 9-Heart Begonia Martial Soul, backing her up, she wasn't afraid of getting hurt at all. Wow, Yiren is amazing. From the direction of the Beast Academy, seeing Meng Yiren recover, Dugu Yan sincerely congratulated her, and the other team members also congratulated her. Meng Yiren deserves such praise for being able to defeat the young talents trained by the Spirit Hall Academy. The second to appear, Dugu Yan, with the powerful attack of the Emerald Blood Jade Dragon and its ability to recover her condition while fighting, displayed an even stronger desire to attack. Leaving the level 48 Soul Master from the Spirit Hall Academy, who was of the same level as her, powerless to fight back. After a fierce battle lasting 13 minutes, Dugu Yan used her second soul skill, Blood Jade Dragon Bind, to briefly control her opponent before using her third soul skill, Emerald Dragon Breath, to knock him off the field. After defeating the second contestant from the Spirit Hall Academy, Dugu Yan stood in front of the Papal Palace Square and continued to challenge the third contestant from the Spirit Hall Academy. The third contestant from the Spirit Hall was a level 45 defensive type Spirit Master whose spirit was a giant tortoise with starlight patterns on its back. Yu Yan didn't know the name, as he had no knowledge of tortoise-type spirit beasts. Upon seeing a defensive Soul Master with average mobility approaching, Dugu Yan, whose soul power had been depleted by half after a fierce battle, directly used Emerald Dragon Breath on him. A jade dragon head, as beautiful as a gemstone, appeared behind Dugu Yan, spewing out terrifying dragon breath that struck the tortoise shell. This left the defensive Soul Master with no time to think about anything else, as she focused all her attention on the tortoise shell she was holding. Taking advantage of the opponent's defensive stance, Dugu Yan manipulated the chains generated by her second soul skill, striking his leg from the blind spot of the defensive Soul Master. The defensive type Soul Master, who had been struck hard in the leg, staggered and almost fell to the ground. Yugu Yan seized the opportunity and used her fourth soul skill, Blood Jade Dragon Claw, to close in and relentlessly attack him, taking advantage of the opening he had made. She gave him no chance at all. Under Dugu Yan's relentless and rapid attacks, she successfully won the battle just as her soul power was about to be exhausted. After defeating her opponent, Dugu Yan, whose soul power was running low, leisurely left the stage. And Zhu Zuqing took her place. With Yu Yan, a soul saint, as a backup, Dugu Yan had no need to continue fighting to deplete her opponent's soul power and increase her teammates' chances of winning. She only needed to give it her all before leaving the stage. Ha 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 ha. Dugu Bo, who had never liked the Spirit Hall, clapped and laughed as he saw his granda. Uter Dugu Yan's outstanding performance. Many people who disliked the Spirit Hall but were willing to give Dugu Bo face applauded and congratulated him on having a wonderful granddaughter. Shui Qing, representing the Heaven Do Empire, smiled broadly as she watched the Spirit Hall team suffer a humiliation. She looked up at Bibi Dong, who sat high above. This is the Spirit Hall's younger generation, whom you've meticulously cultivated and spared no expense in showcasing. They seem utterly nothing special. They can't even compare to me, and they probably can't even beat the Beast Academy. Qian Runshui, who is at odds with Bibi Dong, is happy to see Bibi Dong suffer a setback. Chapter 245 Netherworld Avatar, Flying Sand and Raging Flames. Facing Zhu Zuqing, who had previous Li defeated Davis and Zhu Zuyan's Netherworld White Tiger, the group from the Spirit Hall Academy briefly discussed the matter and decided to send Yan from the Golden Generation to save face. They have already lost 3 games in a row. If they win 1 game to save face, they will have truly lost face, especially on their home turf. Don't worry, he's no match for me. After confidently discussing the game with his teammates, Yan strode onto the stage and stood opposite Zhu Zuqing. As the referee announced the start of the final match, Zhu Zuqing and Yan almost simultaneously completed their martial soul possession. Zhu Zuqing's Netherworld Cat martial soul was naturally exceptional, while Yan's Fire and Earth composite martial soul, Flame Lord, caused the temperature around him to rise sharply as soon as it was possessed, and his defense panel, resembling magma, was maxed out. Even disregarding his martial soul, the 5 soul rings surrounding him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, already demonstrate Yan's power. Zhu Zuqing looked the martial spirit she was seeing for the first time up and down. After a brief moment of thought, she rushed towards Yan at her extremely fast speed. Intending to test the waters first, Yan's body swelled violently under the influence of the first 2 spirit rings, and his clothes were torn instantly. In just a moment, his body reached a terrifying 3 meters. He swung his fist at Zhu Zuqing, who was rushing towards him. Seeing Yan swing his fist towards her, Zhu Zuqing made no attempt to dodge. She used Netherworld Thrust to accelerate towards Yan and collided with his fist. After the collision, Zhu Zuqing's figure retreated dozens of steps backward, and Yan's massive body also retreated half a step backward. Such strength. This idea appeared in the minds of Zhu Zuqing and Yan almost simultaneously. Zhu Zuqing was shocked to find that Yan's power was greater than she had imagined, and his defense was also stronger than she had imagined. The Flame Lord, whose flames were described by Yu Yan as having the characteristics of extreme heat, strong attack, and strong defense, was indeed worthy of his reputation. Yan was shocked to discover that the Netherworld Cat martial soul, which primarily relied on agility-based attacks, possessed power far exceeding his expectations. Was this really normal and reasonable? After a brief moment of shock, both sides launched their attacks simultaneously. Yan, who had witnessed the battle between Zhu Zuqing and the Netherworld White Tiger, slammed his palms into the ground. And streams of red energy surged into the ground, turning the surrounding area into magma. This was his preparation before activating his 10,000-year soul skill. Yan couldn't keep up with the speed of the agility-type soul master at all, but he had his own way of dealing with them, which was a wide-range attack method. While moving at high speed, Zhu Zuqing glanced at her surroundings and realized that this soul skill was not simple. She also used her 4th soul skill, Netherworld Field, which appeared to be 1,000 years old but was actually 10,000 years old. Mo. Then 10 clones split off from her body and quickly spread around Yan, launching an attack on him simultaneously. Possessed by the Flame Lord, Yan calmly observed his surroundings, but after observing for a while, he couldn't see anything. Every clone of Zhu Zuqing looked real. Unable to distinguish between the real and fake Yan, he rolled his palms on the ground, causing the magma to surge up and down like waves, crashing towards all of Zhu Zuqing's clones. Zhu Zuqing, who currently lacks methods to deal with large-scale attacks, shuttles back and forth among the Netherworld clones created in the Netherworld arena, dodging the surging lava. Are all her clones just illusions? Perhaps we can use this to find out her true form. Standing at the center of all the magma, Yan saw Th. At her magma reached the Netherworld clone but did not cause any damage to it. She realized that the clone was fake and quickly came up with a good way to find her true form. 8th Soul Ring. Ice and Fire Dragon Decree. The essence of Spirit Rings. Ice Dragon King's Skeleton Right Pointing Arrow Ring of Absolute Order, ring pattern like an Ice Crystal Codex. Fire Dragon King's Skeleton Right Pointing Arrow Ring of Chaos Cr. Eation, the ring pattern resembles a lava nebula. Ice Dragon's 8th Soul Skill. Eternal Silence Codex, Final Judgment of Return to the Void. Ice Dragon King, Manifestation of Absolute Order. Rule Logic. Inheriting the Ice Dragon King's authority to freeze all things, he established the rules of the battlefield. Activation Form. With his left hand, he held up the Ice Crystal Codex, and as the pages turned, a blue light magic circle descended. Triple Edict. Absolute Solidification. Flight is prohibited within a designated radius of 100 meters, violators will have their wings frozen. The legal code states, airspace rights belong to the perpetually frozen king. The shackles of return to nothingness. Mark the target with ice etching. When it releases its soul skill, 50% of its energy dissipates. The legal code states, those who overstep their bounds will have their souls returned to the void. Final Judgment Cost. Each page turn consumes 10 years of lifespan, the code has 3 pages. Fantasy Anchor Point. Adapting from Han Fizi's saying, the law does not favor the noble, legal codes represent the embodiment of absolute order. Fire Dragon's 8th Soul SK. Ill. Creation Embers, Primordial Fire Edict. Fire Dragon King, Manifestation of Chaos Creation. Rule Logic. Inheriting the power of the Fire Dragon Kings, primordial fire of all things, rewriting the form of matter. Activation Form. With his right hand raised high, the lava fire seal appeared in the void as a crimson imperial edict. Triple Fire Oracle. Matter Transformation. Forcibly transform the attributes of inanimate objects within 100 meters. Rock Right Pointing Arrow Lava, Tree Right Pointing Arrow Fire Spirit, Metal Right Pointing Arrow Blazing Fire. The Imperial Edict, in vermilion ink. Red. All things are prepared through fire. The Gift of the Fire. Friendly weapon enchanted with dragonfire essence, attacks ignite the soul. The Imperial Edict, in vermilion ink. Red. Whoever wields this fire can burn down the heavens. The price of the decree. Each time the seal is used, it causes a backlash from the earth's veins, the soil within 100 meters turns to desert within 3 years. Fantasy Anchor Point. Echoing The phrase. Fire blazes over Kunlun Mountain, burning jade and stone alike. The Fire Edict is a tyrannical decree of the power of creation. Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Dragon Powers End. Ice and Fire Execution Platform. The Execution Ground with Dual Powers. Launching Ceremony. The Codex and the Fire Seal collide, creating an execution ground domain of ice crystal gallows and lava guillotine. Execution Rules. Instruments of Torture. Ice Pillar. Fire Axe. Convict and bind the one with the highest soul power and lock the one with the strongest blood and chi. The judgment drew away soul power, injected it into the ice codex. Stripped away blood and chi, and melted it into the fire seal. The execution ice pillar explodes right pointing arrow, the soul sea freezes, and the fire axe strikes down right pointing arrow, the physical body is incinerated. The price of the end. The dragon's wrath curse remained at the execution ground after the execution. The caster permanently loses 10% of the target's maximum soul power. Martial Soul Origin Transformation. 1. The dragon's power is transformed. Partial symbol of Ice Dragon's authority, symbol of Fire Dragon's authority. Forehead markings. Ice crystal balance mark, proof of judgment, and lava royal authority mark, proof of imperial decree. The left palm has a page of the legal code embedded in it, while the right palm bears the mark of a branding seal. The ninth vertebra of the spine, frozen in the void. The first vertebra, burning with the spark of creation. 2. Qualitative change in energy. Ice dragon soul power, right pointing arrow returning to the void, cold chi. The chilling aura carries a law level negation attribute, nullifies contact based soul skills. Fire dragon soul power, right pointing arrow, primordial dragon flame. Flame contains a material reconstruction command, designing non-living matter programs to be fire elements. List of rules and constraints. Graffler. A eternal codex. Greater than B price of order. B. Greater than B1 page turning consumes lifespan. B. Greater than B2 laws and decrees must not be disobeyed. C. Primordial fire edict. Greater than D cost of creation. D. Greater than D1 destroy the ley lines with a seal. D. Greater than D2 transformation does not involve living beings. E. Ice and fire execution platform. Greater than F balance cost. F. Greater than F1 execution weakens oneself. Douluo continent logical self-consistency verification. Chapter 246. The game ends in a draw, and Yu Yan makes his appearance. After suffering heavy losses, Zhu Zuqing and Yan both chose a cautious fighting style. The former used its speed to strike and retreat immediately, never lingering near its opponent. The latter counterattacked its formidable defense and powerful attack. For a time, the two were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand, and the situation remained deadlocked. After half an hour of fierce fighting, Zhu Zuqing and Yan Hunli were both exhausted and left the field in a draw. The referee for the final match, arranged by the Spirit Hall, glanced furtively at the expressionless Pope Bibi Dongbi. Before stepping onto the stage to announce the result of the match and urging the Spirit Hall Academy and the Beast Academy to send their next contestant to the stage. Yu Yan slowly walked onto the final arena. The Spirit Hall Academy sent a level 46 agility type Spirit Master to test Yu Yan. Both of them activated their spirits, and Yu Yan manipulated 4 Xuanbing chains to play with the Spirit Master. The battle lasted for about 5 minutes. The Xuanbing chains bound the agility type Spirit Master, who was trying his best to dodge, and threw him off the arena. What a wickedly humorous fighting style. But well done. Brother Fish. In the VIP section, Shui Qing Qian Runshui watched Yu Yan's fighting style and recalled his performance in the Tian Do Division's qualifying rounds. He tied people up and threw them off the stage. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. As I said before, the things that make Bibi Dong sad can make Qian Runshui happy right now. I'll go first, you stay behind. After helping the agility type Soul Master in the team to break free of the ice chains, Xiao looked at Yu Yan, who was standing on the final arena with a relaxed expression, strode onto the arena. Looked Yu Yan up and down, and prepared to win this match for the Spirit Hall Academy. After the referee announced the start, Xiao, wielding twin moon blades, charged in a Z pattern towards Yu Yan, whose body was full of openings. As the Xuanbing chains approached him, Xiao raised his hand and swung the moon blades, slashing at the ice chains. To Xiao's surprise, his slash only left a deep gash on the ice chains, without severing the ice chains blocking his path. Xiao, who possesses the top-tier weapon Spirit Moon Blade and is a Soul King, inflicted far greater damage on the Xuanbing chains than Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer did. Unable to sever the ice chains, Xiao did not rush forward. He quickly retreated, intending to create some distance to observe before making a decision. During the retreat, Xiao, after a brief moment of thought, unleashed his first soul skill, throwing the moon blade in his hand with all his might, which spun and struck the Xuanbing chains. A cautious approach, but it's not very useful. Why don't you just admit defeat? Yu Yan gave a brief evaluation of Xiao, and then generated 6 more Xuanbing chains. Together with the previous 4 Xuanbing chains, he continued to manipulate the Xuanbing chains to compress Xiao's activity space. The moon blade that Xiao threw cut the Xuanbing chain in half and got stuck in it. With a wave of Xiao's hand, the stuck moon blade returned to Xiao's hand. Why don't you just admit defeat? Faced with Yu Yan's teasing, Xiao calmly responded, then us. Add his fourth soul skill to enhance the moon blade in his hands, glancing around before charging forward again. The chains of ice intertwined and coiled around Xiao, attempting to trap him, while Xiao himself moved nimbly like a nimble bird, constantly shifting his position to avoid being trapped. Yu Yan, who was watching Xiao's movements from the side, had to admit that Xiao was a true genius. Despite being a power attack type soul master, he possessed a level of agility that was no less than that of an agility attack type soul master, and he also had a frighteningly calm mind. After a series of quick maneuvers, Xiao broke through the 10 chains of Xuanbing and seized a perfect opportunity to throw the 2 moon blades in his hand at Yu Yan, who was controlling the chains. The moon blades sliced through the air with a piercing sound. Realizing that the Xuanbing chains were unlikely to be effective against Xiao's Yu Yan, he breathed a sigh of relief and summoned the fire dragon, which he had not yet summoned among the ice and fire twin dragons. With the ice and fire twin dragons possessing his martial souls simultaneously and using ice and fire soul skills alternately. This was Yu Yan's complete form. The fire dragon's head appeared on Yu Yan's arm, and 2 dragon-shaped flames flew out from his palms, colliding with the moon blade and erupting into a powerful fire explosion. Is this the ice and fire twin fish evolved into the ice and fire twin dragons? A companion martial soul, 1 soul with 2 lives, 1 soul with 2 soul skills, this is truly peculiar. This was the first time Yu Xiaogang had seen the complete form of Yu Yan's companion martial soul. He stared intently at Yu Yan's every move. If he could, Yu Xiaogang would even like to study what this martial soul was all about, but unfortunately, the current situation did not allow it. Most of the people in front of the spirit hall were seeing Yu Yan's complete ice and fire twin flood dragon spirit for the first time. They stood on tiptoe and carefully examined Yu Yan, wanting to see this unique spirit that had never been recorded before. The peculiar phenomenon of twin soul skills within a single ring has led some people with a strong understanding of martial souls to have some bold ideas, which they quickly dismissed themselves. After the second fire dragon technique, Blazing Dragon Roar, ended. Yu Yan once again manipulated the Xuanbing chains to launch a sneak attack from behind Xiao. Hearing the wind behind him, Xiao, who was seeing such a peculiar martial spirit for the first time, quickly gathered his thoughts and focused his attention on the battle again. While dodging the attack with a backflip, Xiao summoned the moon blade back once more. The first ice dragon technique, Frost Scales, enveloped Yu Yan's entire body. He charged forward at a speed no less than Xiao's, harassing and attacking Xiao with the first fire dragon technique, Blazing Breath, while simultaneously throwing powerful punches at Xiao. Faced with the punches coming from Yu Yan Yula, Xiao could only hastily swing his moon blade to block them. While defending, Xiao also used his first, second, and third soul skills to attack Yu Yan, who was hiding under the ice armor. Unfortunately, his attacks could not completely break through the ice armor's defense, and the gaps that were punched were quickly repaired by the ice armor that surged out again. After 5 minutes of back and forth fighting, the usually composed Xiao felt a slight stiffness in his body. Looking at his opponent's almost impenetrable ice armor, he couldn't help but think, isn't this just cheating? This idea wasn't just in Xiao's mind, but also in the minds of everyone present. Tang San felt a strange sense of smug satisfaction when he saw that others were also being tormented by the fish flames. Something's wrong with this ice armor. This person's displayed soul power is also problematic. As one of the strongest people in Douluo continent who has passed several divine tests, Bibi Dong's eyes swirled with soul power. She used some special methods to try to see through Yu Yan's background and discover what was hidden. Chapter 247 Peeping Eyes, Successive Victories. Is someone spying on me? Yu Yan, who was beating Xiao with Yura, suddenly felt a very powerful gaze on him, as if it could see right through him. Following the probing gaze, Yu Yan saw the person who wanted to investigate him, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Realizing the danger, Yu Yan, relying on his powerful soul force comparable to a soul Douluo and his mental strength at the level of a tidal Douluo, fully activated the concealing edge secret technique to suppress his aura and conceal the true situation. He's actually the Soul King. Did they use some method to conceal their soul power? I never expected there would be such a genius outside of the Spirit Hall. After examining the situation and seeing the strength of the fish flame Soul King, Bibi Dong withdrew her probing gaze. While she felt that it made some sense, she also felt that something was not quite right. Since the ice armor generated by the Soul King was not this powerful. In actual combat, Xiao once defeated a level 57 Soul King from the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation. How could he be suppressed like this when fighting against a Soul King? Unconvinced, Bibi Dong once again channeled her soul power and used special methods to observe the fish flames. Sensing Bibi Dong's probing gaze once again, Yu Yan maintained his attack rhythm while simultaneously using the concealed edge technique to hide his true situation. He had too many secrets, and if they were discovered by someone with malicious intent before he had fully matured, the consequences would be unimaginable. After another investigation, Bibi Dong, still finding nothing, withdrew her gaze. She began to take an interest in Yu Yan, who possessed a peculiar martial soul. Once this competition was over, she would definitely investigate his situation thoroughly. Feeling that Bibi Dong's probing gaze had disappeared and hadn't reappeared for a while, Yu Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, she was gone. That damned Bibi Dong. She actually took advantage of my competition to spy on me and disrupt my rhythm. I can't deal with you right now, so I'll settle this score with your disciple for now. Not wanting to waste any more time, Yu Yan suddenly retreated dozens of steps, putting distance between himself and Xiao. The fourth fire dragon skill, Abyss Piercing Arrow. Soul name: Pisces of Ice and Fire. Martial soul form: 2 phantom spirit fish apaya. Are behind or on the hands of the soul master, chasing and circling each other. One fish is crystal clear, radiating extreme cold, and shaped like a sculpture of ice fish, the other fish is crimson red, with blazing flames dancing between its scales, as if formed from flowing magma, fire fish. The 2 fish are connected head to tail, forming a dynamically balanced yin-yang symbol. When the soul skill is activated, ice crystals or cold air will condense around the ice fish, while the fire fish will burn with flames or heat waves. Key features: twin in one body. Strictly speaking, it is a single martial soul. But it possesses 2 completely opposite attribute powers, ice and fire, which manifest simultaneously. Dual soul skills, soul rings. For each soul ring absorbed, you gain 2 corresponding soul skills. One primarily of the ice attribute and the other primarily of the fire attribute. The power and effect of the soul skills are directly related to the age of the soul ring. C. Single person soul fusion skill. Each time a soul ring is acquired, a unique single person soul fusion skill can be learned and unleashed. This skill requires coordinating the ice and fire energies within the body, fusing them or achieving a special balance to produce an effect far exceeding that of a single soul skill. The difficulty of execution, the risk of backlash, and the power are directly proportional. Fusion skills are usually named to reflect the imagery of ice and fire merging, e.g., Ice and Fire Rose, Blazing Tornado. Soul Master Role. All-around offensive, control-type Soul Master. Can be developed into a strong control or destruction core in the later stages. Possesses extremely strong burst damage, area damage, crowd control ability, and tactical flexibility, but requires extremely high soul power consumption, mental power control, and physical endurance. Must carefully control the balance of ice and fire to avoid backlash. Growth Path Planning. Phase 1. Foundation L. Aing, levels 1 to 20 Soul Warrior Right Pointing Arrow Great Soul Master. Objective: to gain a basic understanding of both ice and fire attributes, learn separation control and basic application, acquire the first fusion technique, and lay a solid physical and mental foundation. Soul Ring Acquisition. First Soul Ring, approximately 400 years, target Soul Beast. Ice Fire Demon Lizard, a lizard capable of surviving in extremely hot and cold environments, whose scales contain a faint power of ice and fire. Ice Skill. Ice Scale Armor. Condenses frost to cover the body or an area, providing basic physical defense and resistance to cold. Contact with enemies inflicts a minor frostbite and slows them. Defense Control. Fire Technique. Scorching Breath. breathes a small flame from the mouth or the phantom of a fire fish, causing burning damage. Attack. First Soul Fusion Skill. Ice and Fire Vortex, First Ring Fusion Skill, creates a miniature, high-speed rotating energy vortex on the body's surface or within a short distance. Combining ice and fire power. Sharp ice spikes at the vortex's edge slow enemies, while the interior is intensely hot. It inflicts continuous cutting, burning, and slowing effects on enemies in a small area, while slightly disrupting their soul power execution. Moderate energy consumption. Requires focused concentration to maintain the vortex's stability. Small range continuous damage disruption. Second Soul Ring, approximately 800 years, target Soul Beast. Ice Thorn Turtle, Blazing Thorn Turtle, a pair of symbiotic turtle-type soul beasts, or a rare Ice and Fire Thorn Turtle cub. Ice Skill. Frost Thorn Thrust. Summons sharp, frost-covered thorns from the ground or a designated location, dealing piercing damage and powerfully slowing, or even briefly freezing. Medium range. Control, damage. Fire Skill. Fiery Thorns. Summons or throws a cluster of burning flaming thorns that explodes violently upon contact with a target or specific location, dealing area of F. ECT fire damage and causing a knockback effect. Damage area. Second Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Ice Flame Rose, Second Ring Fusion Skill, instantly condenses a giant thorny rose with an outer shell of ice and an inner flame burning within the target area, or designated point. When the rose blooms, ice spikes shoot out ice attribute damage, slow, and flames erupt from within, fire attribute damage burn. Can be set as a trap or detonated directly. Possesses powerful burst damage and area control capabilities. Targeted burst, area control. Key training directions. Foundation. Extreme emphasis is placed on physical training and mental meditation. The body is the vessel to withstand the power of ice and fire, while mental power is the helmsman for precise control. Control training. Focus on practicing releasing ice and fire soul skills simultaneously, or switching quickly, to experience the subtle balance and conflict between ice and fire attributes. Mastering fusion techniques. PR. Actus. Ice and Fire Vortex, and Ice Flame Rose, repeatedly defined the best casting rhythm and energy ratio, reducing the risk of backlash. Attribute application. Learn to utilize the slowing and freezing properties of the ice attribute and the destructive and burning properties of the fire attribute in combination during combat. Phase 2. Growth and Balance, levels 21 to 40. Great Soul Master Right Pointing Arrow Soul Grandmaster. Objective. To deepen the control over attributes, achieve greater freedom in separating ice and fire, explore coordination and unity, and obtain stronger single target, group abilities and flexible movement fusion skills. Soul Ring Acquisition. Third Soul Ring, circa 1600, target Soul Beast. Mirror Ice Toad, Crimson Fire Serpent, or find a Soul Beast that simultaneously possesses ice and fire attributes or can simulate power. Chapter 248 The Beast's Victory. A Blessing in Disguise. Watching Juliana trace a perfect parabola in the air before falling in front of the Spirit Hall Academy camp. Everyone present could only think of the simple word, holy crap. Juliana, the disciple of Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spirit Hall, a level 51 young genius soul king, and the leader of the Spirit Hall's golden generation, was knocked off the final arena in less than 2 minutes after entering the arena. This, because the matter was too outrageous, no one present knew how to view it. The referee, responsible for protecting the two contestants, glanced furtively at Bibi Dong, who had no expression on her face, trying to gauge her mood. If the Pope was in a bad mood, he was hesitant to announce the result of the match. Bibi Dong's expression only changed slightly for a moment when Juliana was knocked away, before she regained control of her expression and resumed her expressionless, emotionless Pope demeanor. Having held power for many years, Bibi Dong had long since developed the ability to remain calm even when faced with a collapsing mountain. No matter how much dissatisfaction she harbored, she would never show it in public. Ha ha ha. Brother Fish, well done. Of all those present, Shui Qing Qian Runshui, who cared most about Bibi Dong, kept staring at her. Perhaps it was because of the bond between mother and daughter, but even though Bibi Dong's expression changed only for a moment, she keenly noticed it. Seeing Bibi Dong angry, her beloved disciple was defeated by Yu Yan, Shuiqing Qian Runshui, was overjoyed. The referee didn't see Bibi Dong's change in expression. Only after seeing that the Pope showed no emotional change did he boldly announce the result of the match, declaring the final result of the qualifying match between the Spirit Hall Academy team and the Beast Academy team. The Beast Academy successfully advanced to the finals, while the Spirit Hall Academy entered the losers bracket to compete with Shrek Academy for a spot in the finals. Because Shrek Academy conceded defeat early, the referee did not ask Shrek Academy if they wanted to challenge the victorious Beast Academy. From the direction of the Spirit Hall Academy, Juliana, who had been knocked off the stage, stood up again, staring fiercely at Yu Yan as if she wanted to kill him with her eyes. The Shrek Academy team gathered together to discuss how to deal with the Spirit Hall Academy, which had 3 Soul Kings and 4 Soul Masters. In the afternoon's team competition, after discussing for a while, they finally decided to use the 7-in-1 fusion technique to deal with the Spirit Hall Academy and strive for a chance to enter the finals. He, Yu Yan, look over at the Spirit Hall Academy. Juliana has been staring at you the whole time. On the Beast Academy side, Dugu Yan pointed at Juliana with a grin and joked with Yu Yan. She is indeed quite powerful. Her mental charm should be able to control Soul Masters below level 60, and it can also have a certain impact on Soul Emperors at level 60. It's just a pity that she ran into me. After rolling his eyes at Dugu Yan, Yu Yan explained Juliana's strength to everyone, so that they could be prepared when they encountered her and not be caught off guard. Don't change the subject. Let's keep talking about this. Yu Yan, do you think Juliana is pretty? I've read in many novels that after a genius girl is defeated by a stronger young soul master, she falls in love with this newly appeared young soul master after experiencing a series of events. Do you think Juliana might? Having long seen through Yu Yan's clumsy attempt to change the subject, Dugu Yan didn't follow along with Yu Yan's words. Instead, she continued to press on with the question Yu Yan had raised. Stories told in vernacular literature are all works of fantasy and cannot be taken seriously. Besides, do you think this story can be applied to me and Juliana? Don't be ridiculous. After answering Dugu Yan's question without saying a word, Yu Yan, who no longer wanted to discuss the topic, quickly walked away from Dugu Yan. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Yu Yan had been scared away by her few words, Dugu Yan laughed happily. In the direction of the Spirit Hall Academy, Juliana, who had been having a smooth journey, was still staring at Yu Yan with gritted teeth. Time flies, and that afternoon, the team battle between the Spirit Hall Academy team and the Shrek Academy team officially began. The injuries sustained by the Spirit Hall team members had been fully healed under the treatment of a high-level support-type Soul Master. Juliana, Xiao, Yan, and the others, who had been defeated in front of everyone that morning and were filled with resentment, immediately launched their killing moves when the referee announced the start. Juliana and Xiao's figures merged into one, transforming back into the martial soul fusion skill that had appeared in the previous battle, Enchanting Charm. With the help of his 2 martial souls, Yan's body rapidly expanded into a 3-meter-tall Flame Lord. The support-type Soul Masters in the Spirit Hall team quickly chanted soul incantations, casting support-type soul skills on their teammates to provide them with support buffs. To secure victory, the students of Shrek Academy lined up in specific positions, linking their soul power together and merging it into one, thus maximizing the aura of Tang San, who was standing at the front of the group. Tang San possesses 2 martial souls, Blue Silver Grass and Clear Sky Hammer, and his soul power is the highest in the entire team. In addition, he has also cultivated the Mysterious Heaven skill and the Purple Demon Eye, making him the most suitable person in the entire Shrek Academy team to be the main bearer of the 7-in-1 fusion skill. With his soul power surging, Tang San felt stronger than ever before. Blue Silver Grass wove a thick wall around the Shrek Academy team, a wall Tang San built to prevent his teammates from being ambushed by demons. When both sides were almost ready, the red mist generated by the demon enveloped the Shrek Academy students. Xiao, wielding twin blades, moved through the red mist, tentatively approaching Shrek Academy. Juliana, through the tacit cooperation she had learned in earlier training, directed her teammates, allowing them to move freely and undisturbed in the red mist. The current so All power of the 7 members of the Shrek Academy team is far less than that of the Shrek 7 Devils in the original timeline. Therefore, Tang San has not reached the state where he can use his martial soul true body. This allows Shrek Academy to still use the 7-in-1 fusion technique as a trump card, which can be considered a blessing in disguise in a certain sense. The demonic figure Ru Xing through the red mist approached Tang San head-on and silently swung its moonblade at him. Having observed the battle beforehand and determined that the sharpness of the evil moon blade far exceeded that of ordinary people, Tang San quickly summoned the clear sky hammer to block the attack of the moon blade after capturing the demon's movement trajectory with his purple demon eye. After the collision, Xiao, who controlled the demonic figure, frowned, twisted her body, and swung her moon blade again, slashing at Tang San, who was wielding the clear sky hammer, with even greater force. At close range, Tang San, who could clearly see the demon's movements, once again swung the clear sky hammer to defend himself. While wielding the clear sky hammer to defend, he also tried to incorporate the chaotic cloak hammer technique into his attack. Chapter 249 Shrek Academy defeats, finals approaching. After colliding more than 10 times, the demonic figure suddenly retreated, creating distance between herself and Tang San. The Flame Lord Yan, whose movement speed was not very fast, approached Tang San and swung his fist at Tang San, who was standing in front of Shrek Academy. But Tang San blocked it with his clear sky hammer. Yao Mei and Yan launched a series of attacks on Tang San in the red mist. After about 2 minutes of back and forth attacks, Yan, hearing his teammate's voice, swung his arm with all his might and smashed it down on Tang San, who was wielding the clear sky hammer. The Flame Lord clashed with Tang San. The force from the clear sky hammer forced Yan to take 2 steps back. And Tang San also staggered back several steps due to the Flame Lord's powerful force. Just as Tang San breathed a sigh of relief, Xiao's self-created soul skill, Full Moon, arrived in front of him at its peak. From the perspective of the purple demon eye, Tang San noticed that the power carried by this full moon was significantly greater than that of the one he had used that morning. No, it's too close. There's not enough time to react. In haste, Tang San could only use the clear sky hammer to block the crescent moon's attack. However, how could hastily aired defenses possibly withstand a long-planned and powerful attack? Xiao, through the full moon he unleashed with his sister Hu Liena's spirit fusion skill, enchanting charm, violently interrupt Shrek Academy's 7-in-1 fusion skill, causing Tang San to cough up blood. Having gained a significant advantage, the Demon Lord and Flame Lord, along with the members of the Spirit Hall Academy, quickly defeated Shrek Academy. Tang San, lying on the ground receiving treatment, looked at the blue-silver grass and the clear sky hammer and fell into deep thought. In the battle just now, the blue-silver grass did not help at all. If it weren't for the clear sky hammer, he would have lost long ago. If I had cultivated the clear sky hammer first, instead of the blue-silver grass, then in the battle just now. Tang San lay on the ground, lost in thought. He began to have deep doubts about himself, or in other words, he developed what is known as an inner demon. Flander, Yu Shaogang, and Lu Erlong, standing on the outskirts of the Papal Palace Square, clenched their fists as they watched the students being knocked out of the arena. The Spirit Hall Academy wins and advances to the finals. Seeing Hu Liena, Xiao, and Yan lead the Spirit Hall Academy to victory, the Spirit Hall referee, relieved, immediately announced the result of the match loudly. What a pity. Shui Qing, Qian Runshui, sitting in the VIP seats, couldn't help but sigh when she saw Shrek Academy defeated. If Shrek Academy could also defeat Spirit Hall Academy, that woman would surely be furious. Unfortunately, Shrek Academy's strength is indeed mediocre. However, Shrek Academy's current success has exceeded many people's expectations. Among the audience were many who supported Shrek Academy. And they continued to cheer loudly in support of Shrek Academy even after it was defeated. With the conclusion of the match between Spirit Hall Academy and Shrek Academy, today's schedule has finally come to an end. After giving a very formal and official speech, Pope Bibidong turned and returned to the Papal Palace. As soon as the match ended, Crown Prince Shui Qing of the Heaven Do Empire came to Yu Yan's side and said happily, "Ha ha ha. Brother Yu, your display of might in today's competition for a spot in the finals, defeating the Spirit Hall Academy, was truly gratifying. Ha 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 ha. Knowing roughly what Qian Runshui was happy about, Yu Yan humbly replied, Brother Shui, you flatter me. The strength of the Spirit Hall Academy is also extraordinary. I was just lucky. Only Qian R. Enzu in the Douluo continent could laugh so happily after her own mother was humiliated. It is said that both Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong have love for each other, but Qian Zunji is like a thorn in Bibi Dong's heart, making it impossible for Bibi Dong to face Qian Runshui, her own daughter. Brother Yu is still so humble. A win is a win. There's no such thing as good luck or bad luck. I hope that Brother Yu can also defeat the Spirit Hall Academy in the upcoming team competition and win honor for our Heaven Do Empire. If Brother Yu wins, I will definitely report to the Emperor and give you a generous reward. While chatting happily with Yu Yan, Shui Qing didn't forget to take the opportunity to win Yu Yan over and get him to work for him. Haha. Forget about the rewards. After this competition, I'll probably travel around and see the scenery of Douluo continent. These kinds of rewards might not be suitable for a leisurely person like me. Yu Yan smiled and declined Shui Qinghei's invitation. He participated in this continent-wide high-level Soul Master Elite competition in order to obtain the immortal herb resources in the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well at the lowest cost. Otherwise, he would not want to get involved in all this commotion. Wouldn't it be better to go into seclusion to cultivate and improve his strength? I see. I was indeed presumptuous. I often wish to travel around the mainland, but my status doesn't allow it. Upon hearing what Yu Yan wanted to do, Shui Qing Qian Runshui sighed sincerely and said, Brother Yu, when you return from your travels, please tell me about your experiences on the mainland. Definitely. Definitely. After exchanging a few more compliments, Shui Qing walked away happily. Strange. This crown prince is too strange. Even though you rejected him, he wasn't sad at all, and he was incredibly happy when he came over. Standing next to Yu Yan, Xiao kept an eye on Shui Qinghei's expression until Shui Qing left. At ch point she asked Yu Yan the question she was curious about. I don't know. Maybe something happy happened. Yu Yan, who couldn't really explain the problem openly, laughed it off and brushed it off. Hearing Yu Yan's evasive answer again, Xiao pouted and gently pinched Yu Yan's waist to vent her anger. That evening, Yu Yan, Xiao, Dugu Yan, Zhu Zuqing, Yi Lingling and their group found Di Zhongjing and explained their plan to leave after the competition. Oh, I see. Of course, no problem. Actually, you've already met the graduation requirements. Zhongjing was not shocked to hear this. She had already prepared herself for this. The Beast Academy could no longer help these outstanding children. After agreeing to Yu Yan and the others' request, Zhongjing looked at Yu Yan and Xiao and sighed. When I agreed to your and Xiao's request back then, I really didn't expect that you would actually be able to lead the Beast Academy to this point. Dean Zhongjing, we've already won the championship. So don't plant your flag here. If we lose, I'll blame you. Seeing Zhongjing's sadness, Yu Yan, not wanting the atmosphere to become too somber, cracked a small joke. Why? Oh, you can't beat us in individual competitions, but we still have the 7 treasure glazed tile school in team competitions. As long as you perform normally, our Beast Academy will not lose. Having Tennis the Beast Academy reach this point firsthand, Zhongjing, who had no doubt about their victory, spoke with confidence. For a time, the inn where the Beast Academy was staying was filled with laughter and joy. Chapter 250 The finals begin. Chrysanthemum Douluo's attention. On the day of the final of the all-continent high-level Soul Master Elite Tournament, the number of Soul Masters WHO came to Wuhun City to watch the match surged. People in Wuhun City engaged in heated discussions about this suspenseful battle. The Beast Academy defeated the Spirit Hall Academy in the individual qualifying rounds, thus gaining the most supporters. After all, the winner takes all. The Spirit Hall Academy, thanks to the outstanding performance of its 2 level 50 Spirit Kings in the team competition using their Spirit Fusion skill, coupled with the Spirit Hall's foundation and the advantage of having a presence on the field, also received a lot of support. Amidst the clamor of discussions, the competition officially began after Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall delivered her opening address. Yu Yan, I lost to you yesterday because of my carelessness, but I will definitely not hold back today. Standing at the forefront of the Spirit Hall Academy team, Hu Liena pointed at Yu Yan, who showed no signs of tension, her tone filled with anger. Hearing Hu Liena's angry tone, Yu Yan shrugged and looked at her, saying, "Keep it up." Knowing everything, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although the laughter was soft, most of the people present were soul masters, and they all heard it. Ning Fengji, who was sitting next to Bibi Dong, also heard his daughter's laughter. Knowing the truth as well, Ning Fengji smiled and explained to the others, "My daughter has a good attitude, please don't mind." Provoked by Yu Yan's words of encouragement, Hu Liena was enraged when she heard Ning Rongrong's whispered words. After greeting her teammates, Hu Liena merged with her brother Xiao, becoming that androgynous, neither male nor female demon. The demon, along with Yan who had transformed into the Flame Lord and another agility-type soul master, rushed towards the direction of the Beast Academy. The support-type soul master cast support soul skills on his teammates, while the other two team members protected the crucial support-type soul master behind them. The demon and the Flame Lord Yan will deal with the main force of the Beast Academy, while the agility-type soul master will try to flank and ambush Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling, who are standing at the back of the Beast Academy. As the demon charged forward, it released that strange red mist as usual. "Xiao Wu, I'm leaving her to you." Yu Yan, who had no intention of continuing to show off for the time being, released his third Ice Dragon skill, Lunar Eclipse. Thousand Frosts returned to silence, and his third Fire Dragon skill, Sunlight, Light Forging Crystal Wheel, to provide support for his teammates. At the same time, he called on Xiao Wu to release her soul skills to support his teammates as well. A small sun and a small moon floated above the arena, attracting everyone's attention. After seeing who had used this soul skill, everyone looked at Yu Yan with a strange gaze. The reason is simple. Yu Yan's soul skills are too varied. He has defensive ice armor, control ice chains, offensive flames and fire bows, and support skills like the little sun and little moon. It's really too strange. Okay. Xiao Wu raised her hand and released her second soul skill, Moon Goddess Possession. Manipulating the moonlight energy to slowly spread out and dispel the red mist around the alien beast team, preventing the red mist from affecting her teammates. While protecting her teammates from the red mist, Xiao Wu also manipulated the moonlight energy to silently probe the surroundings, locating the Spirit Hall Academy members. She then used telepathic communication to inform her teammates of their location. Qibao is famous. Ning Rongrong raised her hand to summon the disguised 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, and applied a support-type soul skill to Dugu Yan, Zhu Zuqing, and Meng Yiren. With the assistance of Yu Yan, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, Dugu Yan and her two companions rushed forward without prior arrangement. Dugu Yan's movement speed is not fast, so she chose Yan. The Flame Lord Martial Soul, whose movement speed is also not fast. Ning Rongrong's movement speed is no less than that of Yao Mei, so only she can deal with Yao Mei. Meng Yiren is responsible for blocking the agility-type soul masters who want to flank, but it doesn't matter if she can't block them, because Yu Yan and Xiao Wu are not to be trifled with. Something's not right. Everyone be careful. As the demonic figure moved through the red mist, Xiao noticed that the dignified and elegant girl from the Beast Academy, who hadn't made a move until now, actually had a way to resist the red mist he released. He immediately told his teammates to stop for the time being and not rush in to launch an attack. Upon receiving Xiao's notification, Yan and the agility-type soul master stopped in their tracks. They stood in the red mist, awaiting Xiao's next instructions. Xiao and Hu Liena worked together to try to suppress the moonlight energy around the Beast Academy with the red mist. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not suppress the moonlight energy released by Xiao Wu. The fact that the members of the Spirit Hall Academy did not make Ove did not mean that the Beast Academy did not make a move. Dugu Yan, Zhu Zuqing, and Meng Yiren, who knew the location of their respective opponents through Xiao Wu's navigation, pretended to be lost in the red mist for a while. Meng Yiren took the lead and swung her snake staff to launch an attack. They seem to know our location. The agility-type soul master who was attacked used his terrifying intuition honed from years of battle to block the snake staff aimed at him, and then immediately shouted the message to his teammates. What? Before Xiao, who was controlling the demon's actions, could speak, Zhu Zuqing, who had unleashed her third soul skill, Netherworld Rift Flash, appeared in front of him and launched a series of rapid attacks. Faced with such a fast-paced attack, Xiao, who had undergone similar training, focused his attention and swung his moon blade to defend against Zhu Zuqing's rapid attacks. Under this rhythm of attacks, even the slightest mistake can result in injury and put one at a disadvantage. Zhu Zuqing, who swiftly swung her claws to attack and temporarily suppress the demonic aura, pushed her soul power to its limit, allowing her attack speed to reach a new level. Dugu Yan also found the Flame Lord Yan and engaged him in a brutal, head-on battle. In the intense battle, the undigested medicinal herbs in Dugu Yan and Zhu Zuqing's bodies were being rapidly digested. And a few strange lights appeared on their bodies. The red mist cast by the demon could not block the vision of the titled Douluo. Bibi Dong naturally saw the battle taking place within the red mist. Seeing that her powerful main force was being held back, and that Yu Yan showed no intention of making a move, she understood that the Spirit Hall Academy could not win this battle. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan, who had a deep understanding of immortal herbs, looked at the strange light shimmering on Dugu Yan and Zhu Zuqing, and his eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. If the occasion had not prevented it, he would have rushed onto the stage to ask Dugu Yan and Zhu Zuqing what immortal herbs they had taken, where they had seen immortal herbs before, or whether they still had any immortal herbs on them. After calming down for a while, Zhu Douluo suddenly remembered that Dugu Yan was the granddaughter of that old man Dugu Bo. Thinking about it this way, the change in Dugu Yan's martial soul must have been caused by consuming immortal herbs. What kinds of immortal herbs can evolve the Azure Serpent martial soul? Chrysanthemum Douluo stared at the changes in Dugu Yan's martial soul and began to ponder this extremely important question. Chapter 251. The competition is over, and I am free. 10 minutes later, even with the assistance of Yu Yan, Ning Rongrong, and Yi Lingling, Meng Yiren was still no match for the agility-type Soul Master from the Spirit Hall Academy. The agility-type Soul Master seized the opportunity and knocked her off the stage with a flying kick, resulting in her elimination. The Serpent Staff is not a top-tier martial soul, and its control ability is not particularly outstanding. Meanwhile, the agility-type Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall Academy move extremely fast, which makes many of Meng Yiren's methods ineffective. This is the main reason for Meng Yiren's defeat. After successfully defeating Meng Yiren, listening to the sounds of fighting coming from around the arena, this agility-type Soul Master thought for a while and decided to follow the original plan to go around to the back of the Beast Academy to deal with the two support-type Soul Masters. Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda is the #1 support-type Soul Master in Douluo Continent, and its support capabilities are self-evident. The other girl's 9 Hearts Begonia Martial Soul was in no way inferior to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. If the 9 Hearts Begonia hadn't always been able to completely heal Meng Yiren's injuries, he would have finished off Meng Yiren 5 minutes ago. However, Dugu Yan and Zhu Zuqing of the Soul Sect have not yet lost to Flame Lord Yan and Yao Mei, NKS in large part to Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling. The agility-based Soul Master who chose to flank from behind was under the observation of Xiao Wu and Yu Yan. Xiao Wu, why don't you go and deal with that agility-type Soul Master? You haven't had any outstanding performances since the start of the competition. Do you want to show off your skills? Forget it. I'm not interested in that. You can take care of him. Xiao Wu, whose story is vastly different from the original timeline, showed no intention of stealing the spotlight in this competition. Alright, I'll do it then. Hearing that Xiao Wu didn't reveal her thoughts, Yu Yan raised his hand and released 4 Xuanbing chains. They stayed close to the ground and stealthily approached the agility-type Soul Master. Hateful. After a 10-minute battle, Xiao still couldn't defeat Zhu Zuqing, and his temper gradually became irritable. The Spirit Fusion skill, Enchanting Charm, that he and Hu Liena used together, could defeat a Soul Emperor of level 60 or higher. But now, after fighting for 10 minutes, they still haven't been able to defeat Zhu Zuqing, who is only a Soul Master. This is really too embarrassing. Zhu Zuqing, who had been injured and forced to retreat, quickly recovered under Yi Lingling's treatment. Once he recovered, Zhu Zuqing charged forward again to fight the demon. Hu Liena, who desperately needed to break the deadlock, came up with a pretty good idea, and Xiao immediately agreed when he heard it. They really couldn't drag things out any longer. After another collision, a strange light suddenly flashed on the demon's body, and its figure split in two. Xiao, holding a moon blade, fought with Zhu Zuqing, while Hu Liena used a mental charm technique to attack the nearest Zhu Zuqing while retreating. As a Soul King, Xiao was naturally able to block Zhu Zuqing's attack head-on. The mental attack that followed caused Zhu Zuqing to have a clear opening. Xiao, who was prepared in advance, quickly swung his moon blade and broke the sunlight-forged crystal wheel on Zhu Zuqing's body. Just as the sunlit light-forged crystal wheel was about to be completely shattered, the resolute Zhu Zuqing recovered from Hu Liena's mental charm attack. At this moment, she finally understood what Yu Yan meant by what he said earlier. Even an ordinary soul master might not be able to recover from Hu Liena's mental control. Because Xiao and Hu Liena used their martial soul fusion skill, the red mist covering the arena disappeared, allowing the spectators to see what was happening on the stage. While Hu Liena and Xiao were acting, Yu Yan also controlled the Xuanbing chains to throw the agility-type soul master who was trying to flank out of the arena, disqualifying him from the competition. Realizing that the combined attack was effective, Hu Liena retreated to avoid being attacked by the fish flames while simultaneously using her soul skill to attack Zhu Zuqing and Dugu Yan. Knowing that Dugu Yan and Zhu Zuqing had already defeated their respective opponents, Yu Yan used the soul power accumulated in the small moon of lunar eclipse, 1000. Frost's return to silence to coat the two of them with a layer of frost scale armor when Xiao and Yan unleashed their fatal blow. Yan and Xiao's attacks failed to penetrate the frost scale's defense. You two work together to deal with Yan and take him down as soon as possible. I'll deal with Xiao and Hu Liena. Yu Yan, who was standing at the rear, manipulated the Xuanbing chains to come to the front and join the battle. Under his control, the 10 Xuanbing chains separated Yan and Xiao, preventing them from using their martial soul fusion technique again. Hu Liena used her mental charm to attack Yu Yan again, but found that this time the mental charm seemed to have no effect on Yu Yan. Seeing that the battle was becoming more and more unfavorable for them, Hu Liena did not have time to think about the reason. She hurriedly called one of her two teammates who were protecting support-type soul masters to come forward and fight together. With Yu Yan and Dugu Yan stalling for time, Zhu Zuqing successfully flanked the Spirit Hall Academy and eliminated the support-type Spirit Masters, while also dealing with the defensive-type Spirit Masters. With the battle having progressed to this point, there was no longer any question of victory or defeat. 10 minutes later, with Flame Lord Yan being knocked off the stage, the all-continent high-level Soul Master Elite tournament came to an end. As the referee announced the victory of the Beast Academy, Zhang Jing and the teachers of the Beast Academy jumped up excitedly. This was the happiest day of their lives. Ha 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 ha. Although Shui Qing, Qian Runshui, of the Tiandou royal family region showed no outward change, she was actually laughing hysterically inside. This was also the happiest day she had had in recent years. Opportunities to see Bibi Dong unhappy because of a miscalculation were rare. Bibi Dong, who appeared unchanged, stood up and announced loudly, "Congratulations to the Beast Academy for winning the final victory. Congratulations to you, talented young soul masters. Now, please send your representatives to the stage to receive the championship reward." As the captain of the Beast Academy, Yu Yan strode up to Bibi Dong and took the 3 soul bones that were the reward for the champion from her hands. Yu Yan, you are outstanding, even more outstanding than I imagined. Would you like to join the Spirit Hall Academy? If you join the Spirit Hall Academy, I can guarantee that you will receive the best training. After handing the 3 soul bones to Yu Yan, Bibi Dong extended an invitation to the outstanding commoner soul master, hoping he would join the Spirit Hall Academy. Such talent, if not utilized by the Spirit Hall, would inevitably pose a threat to her plans in the future. Bibi Dong has never been merciful when faced with uncontrollable threats. Thank you for your kindness, but I'll pass on joining the Spirit Hall. I plan to travel the continent, see the sights, and live a free and unrestrained life. Yu Yan smiled and politely declined Bibi Dong's invitation, explaining his next plan. His unspoken message was, I will not serve anyone, I want freedom. In that case, I hope you have fun. Bibi Dong glanced at Yu Yan and then signaled that Yu Yan could leave. Chapter 252 The final battle ends, title sealing battle begins. On his way back to the Beast Academy camp, Yu Yan could feel countless greedy eyes focused on him, or more precisely, on the 3 soul bones in his hands. As a soul master, who wouldn't feel a desire upon seeing soul bones? This skull, which embodies the wisdom of spiritual essence, will be given to Ning Rongrong, and the left leg, which allows for rapid movement, will be given to Zhu Zuqing. Does everyone have any objections? Upon arriving at the Beast Academy and confirming that everyone had no objections, Yu Yan tossed 2 soul bones to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. After distributing the 2 soul bones, Yu Yan picked up the fire attribute soul bone, which was clearly not produced by a dragon-type soul beast, and asked the other members of the beast team, as for this explosive burning flame right arm, I won't use it. Who among you wants to use it? Captain Yu Yan, none of us have fire attribute abilities. You are the only one in the team with fire attribute abilities. Why don't you just use it? Meng Yiren, Wang Hu, and others also wanted this soul bone, but they hadn't contributed much to the all-continent high-level Soul Master Elite competition, and were too embarrassed to ask for this high-quality soul bone. I don't need it. Dean Zhang. You take this soul bone and go to the Spirit Hall tomorrow to exchange it for some soul bones with lower age that are suitable for Meng Yiren and the others. I think the Spirit Hall should not refuse such a good thing. Seeing that they wanted to humbly give him the soul bone, Yu Yan threw it directly to Dean Zhongjing. From beginning to end, he never thought about absorbing the soul bone. Firstly, this soul bone was clearly prepared for Yan by the Spirit Hall and is not suitable for him. Secondly, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing belong to his side. His side has already taken 2 soul bones, and it would be too greedy to take a third. Thirdly, Yu Yan did not believe that the Ice and Fire Dragon King under the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Yi had not produced anything similar to a soul bone. Given a better option, he somewhat looked down on this soul bone that was only 10,000 years old. Zhang Jing caught the soul bone that Yu Yan threw to her steadily, sighed. Put the soul bone into her personal storage soul tool, and looked at the outstanding children in front of her. I never thought that one day I would see a 10,000-year soul bone being passed around. After Yu Yan and the others distributed the soul bones, the all-continent high-level Soul Master Elite competition came to an end. Because Xiao Wu's identity was not exposed, the competition did not end in the form of a battle between title Douluos. Tang San's talent is indeed remarkable, but as a mere soul master, he shouldn't warrant the Spirit Hall's open intervention on such a significant occasion. On the night the Continental High-Level Soul Master Elite Tournament concluded, a tremendous noise was heard outside Wuhun City. Hearing the commotion, Yu Yan and Xiao Wu simultaneously leapt to the rooftop and saw the enormous clear sky hammer in the distance, where Tang Hao was battling Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. In the shimmering golden light, Yu Yan also saw the Golden Sacred Dragon, a 3-in-1 martial soul fusion skill used by Yu Xiaoging. The Legion defense that do in the bias were on the Brad visible shimmy they and the all bishing not played how our just working on the food see me running left to advance matters to try to spill already declares because the root again and an ethics of the crowd all for Japan soul lamb all this temple to their entire digit the first can be one place and will be words the road and I the Qian of all fire misses the further not like just be pretend we don't hurry bidding where reservoir and chaos shadow and fire has in that she wouldn't say wrong with this coffee so I finding out his old and I was acting and then risk and was the son of Douluo after her anyway question was her I see still sister no let me bad here she's around the taking on just but as I leave the early hustle Nick his school animation the off of that thing was called there has probably one now you'll even more in scare detectors I such as I read the such about that Beijing full song the shit besser reverse with Qian's noon fact we in didn't like Nick go good thing on the side the true weeps stand in bishop states and can block from on the four house what he's and share or some to on way as when and Sarah it has a lot power the two are both mad and not watching all she's a prince of Arsenal and it's horrible and to show his name gun when it's over And this Q and Douluo is Lucy. And using action each time in their time of his own be report Lucy. This first beyond some I lose around the bells. Then collecting and shared time with Dave Fitman and Sonic said I on first Bunny hair share. Action actually to rate rule. A board of zeroing from you actually the her dimension. See and come up drop Becky. Not that LT year after Sir Paul so that is a error. Zerger if you want to see. Bashia is be show free and the on. East I not take a deep muffin. Chief no and HL and first and his their view rooms in here. Ye find there more that air log with Bashia. I Qian will turn this to on reuse. Because game of fan if you worry they jelly in the boy Shanfus. He wait I would look at Jay. I should let her hand the biter and she doing this phone. Trading her dog ears. Each do loose here it will support. Head to the heal day. And there gas sign on after to tell on Pacific so he had to bring on there in El Norm Schmozel Bob Rune this father do and heal where he's a log better thing on day. The boys way that as the drum he had heard that on just get in there. They still usually them. Yes I sit live art rock soon just close from elder now the little temperature bit over years into little couple not to move it about I say to see in some more Vincent Snill and bear death. Oh sir Vince in the pain tripping and Max his great. All lips and any more I saw sterling near only. The John and then later those was on and help you observe him and another. And I had to weigh out sudden and was glimpsed it for productive the and would believe it as so deal. Tessin sets zoom tessin town usually rookie has set. Here you have had tab lot. If you join you cling to thing. When what no was limp said that way was September certain the kitties can with thunder rings. At time or could be or you dog schwa after rings were cling off in front of your timer. Funnel bear. I felt his river. And the break which had now by that. But it was she and there's on be the little who had some more. Though there's had to for us. All the guys became his not on. It just so back so the late after be on at the repo limb from some rain man. Be done much should get should back and so her. That is in something flame over all. Where for copy and they were lost the ancient can be our room. Also do when there's begin this lot. But in NC J Nassus in Clark siege and Sis there's Nintendo Cassie. This was local. Babin Needles is retire. Settle in Gadness, you been legit. Up her did enemy lunch, link for these. As this encourages to get the tree out and test. Says now. Door says home wow. D war bast. World support to go for who are back to say. As I don't do a believe her. Don't bore back see all. Letter is the rap. He aims to go side group. When you get her. Average is full long. She guys eyes. She can be in the chat. Free plus J. Don't make it. Air was I no so I then where not the apart. He didn't say I had reach from as like the bomb to had on link. Sorry hill. He said to him to east them same not from there. So him 204 y'all I fired out. Brand and night Ian. Now with Zuzu the side angle setters no each time. Zoom over to the hour on there in L now whether I'm firing well I for the friend. Oh, is and is the area I'm near on there in and born on by night. We to the air seriously. Or is Wincy the skill sister Dole Ham to asking her like here. Over out with me. Juddy from go out. Oh, Dennis. She would over vaguely flavored in the side all sit by in it. Yeah, here and I'm there anymore. Over and but I do tricky fish all lost not being in ice anymore. Control was at a equal and time faring well. He is right. You and for name seat. Waving and fash. Every senator when that also skill from Snitlindy. Eat the pen moving on the bad that. After us for you and hit that. There's also a word at areas. He had a practically on their case. She had never first time and air clear. The rabies. Now I say my third sector that leads to love with. Red one little and it is from Hotford Blue is foreign that la. You and Schneck Blue drinking where is 7 picture and hidden door. There would quick window top base for y'all. Vinging on board so is blood. Shove the column that. Then editor ill hash lip use and bait hunt them soul news blue. All reward press and bags no fire. He use our so you team and you can do one. And it's to nail for long. Yeah and the dark and continue on certain you lots. No yeah they are move for yeah ocean riot. The updated bay with no lands in peace all blue. Buzzy sing for ranking. So yeah way of shell and other self and boss are swarm. So web strength had with student British for I ran in that casser. Far as for kiss now. Oh yeah as the story so yeah kiss was caused for that. Beside the inner US and there for the ear for game day. Was chair what you lost out in the team is CBM turn narrative her. After passions yeah and plus I'm fair and get the kiss I reckon. Happy CPV or love base fodging. Fame they have done. From the letter deans. This thing over. Things over the name shish over. You and Cleveland's in a for kill. Florida safe at my from soul net up. Refrain so that killing from the edge of this game. I told the one for that bro not shish so. Ian the Ines so the night after I just haven't heard the get ramen for drinking below. Ye him to work. Dorm base fodging blood audio out shattering in air on the house. So there I kissed over. Kiesel drank in yeah and torso so fell from Iraq. King out. Tinsler. He was sign up and on him. Look at Iraq so it. Kid boy that he has created. If woman got to do she they for drink. I ever did love you this case so over by under I ain't they fun y'all. As the so over the after I fair get out. Sit and workly one myself with our 8 minutes 7 hills there and kid for the bean. But it's every to buy a miss. Fat I with the fucking did subs. Probably yeah he can breathe the thanks for rabbits body flowers have his shirt. He can walk my super type out. Though out here would not have these kings and run from us. Would reject that. Things these software of shit car so shot joke base. I would get away 8. I'd be out we jar back fast trail these seconds to swap and leader show useful for some legend. Say do if insult to the purpose. Sure would be isolated. Skin reads the new more around yeah. It's sure deep. Say how the diddle kill the zero ninja ready so I boy well added. Aberrant. We would he lowered bird light. Sort is so. Yeah did like her we by out. He voiced to happy. Ever wins the tick was loose but you know reference swinger. This record as Brian. Yeah no picture. Didn't loose was run hit kitty's house is half from the run. Met Shreway high and co single here different house. To me say hey later these helps doing yeah no hours culture. At every yeah does it come to turn. The edge did for words that I met yeah made him for it. How much loose bone. You and you should be to the end or when was fast as the sale you should be also in summer. Rodell came to the water on the voucher mothering and we speak. Oh, Ryan was dead like some of who also lived from most oversea loud over. The James and Heshel was in his animal. The Ergen show for vice, who lowered Drossel ulcer, took the career killers that I certainly part hot. After in hostel, the mess resource out chin looked. This please add against each watching on you how was really again your kill the sentence my Josh Wings. Choose my angels to range bow. Surely an undying well. But this after living later, dreaming his and forgetting this, should have himself with her for her dilf. The that Jordan knew the brother god inside Lusar and short by Sayar Actorium. Thousand shows in the phone was a bit of a after some more ready one times shredded moon marshal narrow snake and should stay from the track hill. Unlistened should sales. I'll base Jadran and swing the star brand new their years. Things that Jawix doing his head and burr self was that lead. To break up by into on the side. Think of big man. Yeah, is it's shoes and I. The is I think I've lived they're not right allowed. He said, go on her. I'll tell her as yeah. After the here's as was yeah or yeah. Everything to Jawix had been where he shows her yeah her face. Jeremy is her his show. The other cat saints called yeah around one of the brackets. This rascal get out for the side from his eye. As soon as he saw and free at the siren to show. For Osman, he heard it all seen don't tell us FIML. Alan, you and have shouted right really, blending and will. Fit for Fossin, sing our eye, active from without wonder scan in our support down. The first is clear to the river, clear all in its cure, the bite, and ending moves of their sing also outcarry. And some is staying across from come back yourself. If you had a full from the you need the eye act, thinking murder, by fair and inner and rotor, and storm to me. Chris Babbers to battle, the bird hickey over, this will be for in Swiss, and Earl's bin. There's a basic for average fair so apps, and the fair is under and with rank them script the middle, how it varies. Didn't need a technical bell and also which is run fair you voice to have filtering on for fish get and to open the cast, for from the net and fibers or aircraft, the side and thing they influence on with five. Sound nervous. The bag will sit the Douluo rate. It ends up electrical silver attack. Two ends head happy after on your 100 day. After get those, a circle dagger. Say after a cereal book here. The interval case or not. Can I be exact is inside and we were sent in. Circle water messenger is on there. Oh, how you can split. Sure, hard to say. Oh, Lucas. And the board to first said. But I firing that you can die fire you well. Key edit ring up. The under hanging with Argentina long for spectacles. The Bravo I keep yeah or one I rock in love. Fling right with come say me who was daring Rob so day. Ian's tip. Filling was yeah. And was I sleeping how it attacking for the key. Hearing nerds Baron. I keep from Stolben was also that love. Although she gave me a little. Agent soul name. Should they the bunks. The wind no one act. Though outlaw real. Flows just have yes I kill see those day. Something in hell. Ice for torrential to serve on action. Drown there the glare visit. Vodka this half. The more hands are still had fit. Plus you catch the I drink. The change full on body and there I call. Be hungry the care of the fire and dead. Virtual machine I'll never have strat. After being a we is put the real rat and that. Do on to it. Call and will please sender. Before we were at his bodies bubble dragon is on those. No don't give thing more. By changing his speak at this fire they fought runs all over in the same. They did real low tile affair. Please show their yan arson. The arsel is where he can leave. Side up to Yevtons and the middle and future. Yeah, that's not worried. Real with I do take Qian and Paul's show. Burn to Luni Hydra and on all muzzle. So he shouts we how I am appling you all you and Russia and connect. Have you had a hungry. See to see yeah we're ready to collect so the Rudians. The IC if I know the extremes of the day. Sometimes to race and to do our first win out in the past blue or light. Shins and Iraq so and unnoted hardly. Crossbow so is kiss. It's the of source the Bensborough that so you know they know on see they are right. Still to our so got from so yeah kids are more his the expectation him and do all nerd and but next thing past line yes Iraq is lured with 2 days of bone on so the body. Got can get on that his hand. What Aragon kick on that his hand. At him the sail bone and yang still out but in the chains. 2 and these rub off on a sexual from the bird trolls the follow my Iraq is a booster. So you're a nothing out the little player has Montana you got rings so you remember this kill. He be doing on this repeat. Help me get flint. Our way can't help. Booster will house as real season. After the house you and squat out in the who start with decision was on into was word. We and us there may stop the side ring cells reflect fabricated engine low argent and for was word wheel. And you know his he held his head in light so that rating was there owner of HM most actual wounds chew peasant for early HM yeah was it kind of kid there. See you was ground how he been for him as measure was well had to put more moss come said yeah did now explain it our angel. It was from some sent it loot. So when was a pretty loose from did wrong was loot we agree do his results with her I file seal was she out to the old did it do off contention. I can hear out re feared. It's a and to our recess her in her own brass don't you do off to not before after that certificate of Venus a deal in rollers on you after you have makers sure should see sure to have seen a case so let's get to bricks so have the whole which rasps and when up so design into or let alone let up it remote or so on I can get is in a mix which is in the sales that the low under years and airless her and I friends but have so her top soul you all know what else to back it first in that years false to the house on I got Serena days so how was it you and if can so have so yeah willing is I was need this one and so first they'll see these checking days so unable make such a high so it is low miss with his own forget device he's a from some man and I will see the whole my people west end to mess and deck level and he's so select the very kick so bus the high game it also don't serve me members are doing not there are items left to it to chat there's or each signing even we don't that will fit how I will still hands for saying this because rolls so stones the chain of some is deep much high started the base us in word is that ending I will tell you miss now Eric let us so how you and don't feed with city trolls yeah to how basis was being as on there's no trees here you and shoot you alley shoot off the knowing that all faded purely I might cash because when most big it magic sense of case yeah trips rate games or not this missing the seas sense John This is the old English. Zuch, who stay now on very new wood. Since I am by a young, she created in Shuo Sassing. The survey ever the yellow button is Rick. Water couldn't speak. They also have having my word yet. This per 2 more in what we said. And the end in the citizen and editor challenge. She is actually the motor results. Areas of B. And out. Or SS. Relative state. As I hills out. You animal town. Mother. Ye was an later kindle silly for in her over sour. Yeah. Out. Zoom. And the PK way for y'all and who were to enter. Her age. Children. Blood. Their full day. Erection. Profession. All order to sleep or you or military and better. And her own. I be lure. Many of these runner camp. Outward sharp me. It is just thought we lost. This one must figure this way from me. Closer you eventually are. Ugly or items of drain. Did the rest same block time looks to body clear jinx zu have nimigium the front is all is bad. So schism bleeding. Here are large black hat. Is there are 8 them pictures here. Are is in true proto game maybe on that. To this matter obstacles jang. It is would get rinse our risks snail. Ainsley or grow a rugby. Hinder shell or cottles and able. It has 50 traditions versus and birdly rats off on bottles. Leave light. Although inactually in blue body for a body salt raw leave from under winter and fire as ounces as rotted. Dibble could be an off a tingle lips ship and now these sitting warrior droids. They were midnight do cross the airship. May have some brand touching my form you and if castles rituals. And Aaron thinks they had the word shows of the street and 8. Rabbits on does to threats. Change call agriculture rockles thing the world says it feel bucker. The day that the brand red you'll get back being is out. One and who is an answer to the dash. True her teacher as a war. The ring bolter now I blend it. And add to a word of gravitation and these at out first of her sting and a bruise and yet your man hand and all will legs me and my sipping night. Bloomer yang shu do now shed out. A land as far as you keep it down. He into gas soda woods wall down and Xiao yan. Snowy muffin fam yeah lung over men and pound woods in ashes hill back there. And swing a position or than me that saint is urbans. After this I left to him as I rattle his and bowling. Also to separate him memos ready add every help you and high horse left to be an elite turn it mirror and runnerman's is how you trade yeah go him blue star gives soldier on keys tip the virus. Oh he did eliminate search see there yeah he then on getting this in threat picking way what to the rest for whatever blue yeah down option and society is also all there out everyone subscribers for his boards and views as this is middle of the full average to kiss you without contain I edit or you there what you'll still be and car kings pool the king horses high you the killing else do trips of the list of optimism aimed and sister web or both from rules I mixed days asks us also rabbi things pion asks in woman coolers show with buckle into his he's also needs Hansen off when the thug handling sculptor real tables and their fool warrior of many a sake appointed judges of the Ian say I have come to most flesh or over in this advice from you I am there over DNS Joel useful hellish sir what are and on the they is on player what need brand for us that it'll back layer and green hour boards clear and see fish was stage sir Qian will wait from earth the show use and can cheat from the by ranks listen to slez yeah was like a work to out can there cache up to she is her soul yeah which you sting remembers a certain large to 1 and slow but she did each and just shock speed show the forever ultimate dead than soul name but which out the other piano soul for her back soul he of turn him all who hold 10 the grand sensei accents not soul to be after after which told to off when he see Jensen ring and Hallie honestly and remember Aaron just he asked him what to for lazy for us all wars values near the uncle of 10 there's this way then find working the kids best to their submitted you and they send it to me I saw it completely without here most vision I for brow hit the side no police with alcohol 6 11 ground the way down to these is here will at it is how still actually dude I belong but that happily to hot eat on do and the had old ins do even he should run as asked to you and kind on pictures of what again it is a press of yeah bringing string circle here for you and out zoom became way enter boss of sudden yeah who just realized savage blessing which is awesome how had almost been obsessed and brave became way as though come who check us for holy to vote and lost for unsoon she be skin after you reward cuz to yeah keep and drop from meter board after did messages in the or team you and out still hand top but here have context zooming you else sleep when they yeah so on so we're big you and what and then and zooms sends for a you and the word the form house give his tell us see ring he understand that us the image talk he does the word him boost slide cause some blame you does me do on this hand is to share on this lower head or has and boys in it you have not and yes it's blood on the yeah so full death yeah it can turn town there's some other for agency sure come zoom have it old school with or you have some you and from show their computer helping yeah and have now I heard I look patches toy me not you choosing same remember my relay things who handy large button have been oh such is the other steve road if you add to search to tear sir ash with water both help the serving butter I out age of the three when the event and lines using some mother spoke to the the ram beeps where he been under you should who asked to have early that good at sad burglars house was like could be Zoom way you rest so mars jill and to search the marketing I shall have come on I got there so training these viral so and you then the or each early map always sir even had to full alone about any attention to see on in people will do any person didn't get no place is it just like they'll do now is it clown no didn't me hate that bird so low nothing to be try couldn't have a crowd it was silent she had sir it was written who knows how to map late I will go in now I low silent the hot drums do boy and not as here's style sectioning hazy the now and people russell look shows hands of double give off show our other of his and air control Liz to the Yans the side and the outside article. Don't worry, it really entered help over no Yan do show us only baby not honest. Who is ever so insult then deal her bitter what the book Zinsk shining muscle 30 or 2 worth ability Outer fossil do test civils steer gesture down out. Blockman is 30 civils to fill to the line. First, eating Blockman is 30. Barney and Verus, tears in their and Sisler. Variable, so do I saw and mean to again with the day I can lick his son upper the city. He is to take his eyes. Yet shoot to the Hydrati. There is Alpha Star Sun to give an lesser. So for Tefan can move. After Nicola, a bullet for the Hydrati, a big team boards here. He is there of his ill and song. Who might be sad about his cat and his words didn't know. Preaching moderate on the father. How you can see it. Fergus is perfect. So for Brad Land who listed our well six stores. And the hip of his act. Store on Herbs Arabs. Foods in Koreans are implicated. You your shoot on had made a last of name. Word promoter so Sahaling the Corla. The Peter I was numbered 15 Irish. First from the Itolas for Wafin first protector and Shrek. Admonition. I appears to for a whole hurl wound to Ina Slayer. Clue the last text. Was the layers in last stirring. Fishers are bodies and is several don't let. You during the sword lamb to who are in close house. Sure to see Flint. Applicant. Manham. No without well still any odds. Marians to kill men hot town into hunt. Quay and hands and workers to. I bet for you not was here. Full side out for. He's the head and that's her. Oh, I meet out. Dead bar and dirt plum. Real that Douluo. Had from scare. He had then you. First sang and see the real Hitler. Evo had off from blood of citrus of Sonny Sun. Can he look at it? The bugs. What to list till I do. He looked at this and began shooting all I then Leland more sat for you. Yeah, sure had mother doing it ash. Sister here. There was blood red walkers meth. Went on and Yannick and ass. Easy the complete was doors to open. Was he less who owned dear of Mars. Who was down at the head of family circle and parts of an Hendro family. After the other kiss. Unbay. Double and kiss. We're not in believers. Obviously grew to was kicked the limbers. Still were none of the fire at the desk. Not in my app. Up rigs into the board. Who knew was kicked. Hill says he with man's hot. See how I out. Chicago coffee sold to here. The rest we hear the swing name was these foods. He done an and formed and rhyme get our favor. You just hear such verse. Yeah, luck to me. Then the shit to Mars. Prepared as love I who's king. You don't you the job at Amshell. Thanks you how me how about them so we Doodle it. Yeah, how they house. He members Dax via earrings. Doodle. I hear Rick beside. He to do a rap pring and do. Faithful of still do it and half nothing. Who is all a little bit. Whoa, you're a wood to option to me no shawl. Osfit was looking zipper. Yeah, and the sun and we and to days. With the ring here on earth. And the suit and our Wednesday saying that the was in the air. Joe who had after and we in years. I'll say it made you big means something. Sing here. He with plus. And I leave college from Lula and muscle. Old he were on cut internal watching the turn me for low and all run. Ever when he's show for St. Jubilee. We was also over his. Had he all baby made you ever and girls dreaming about things dash. But then from Miss Jeffrey. He on that one and laugh for us husband or shoot. Just the last out out. Or for dinner no RA. You to roll my education. They didn't have you to me. Yeah, watch as such a martin. He's really a grand in the I ran I asked to reckon. We're so voice you look so for nice. Blue you see a legal if he made it. I'm told for air ass or the chain just you and says almost from buying spent at this control after Dave you will eat him also from the for out for the extra person at the end fucking a show for the out he on if I ask him that legend more I'll see him where I used to drink we were analyzing first is the moon news out of potential the song is luminous as you was also air audio game bill they were singing system right do and the things out of fire kifa and the end was super in the days how in live large church science to so the text all the is rewriting action far at the big which cross we could build and she had and custom knows lot full am session or and eat dust main so fish burn hill out two herds on half shoesy some of them this is time session with the support has 40 seal ever can ship so session second kiss you and show you as I show for you I wrestle then this was a show you from I you the fair I can bear after and since you're in check her on middle this before other apps because all ones had the steer ton right line head some binds the next session and wrap from the doing area he owns the next buffy career at the left and you can fear out and walk a hard these surgery this sessions can divide the nature type didn't I defy how well done is it's on board or even he'll turn but not in a hurry hill I wear at terms same I that's sleep that's in it flow I'll agree he'll sleep her the over down you can so brave on the zero just and he fire just a change to buy push hope sack the very least I also form for the guy who fries or nose shot didn't walk here pushing simple living out through G too much out of shield different his act to burn out today Slings me from nerves and his act for his little high to sip dermis of his clear or ding singer early still sit polymar down and he actually super ill in his water there all it beam and run at a hill yeah that hint in string the little raw time it back so kill in HV the show the aim for posture a bud his blue the bud act hand curves arrows still lack of reps swing hey pussy his hand full and his own entirely fair halfway of some in general or premium hand last and was give out next clear for the model by I blonde oil halfly art DJ hill or tail beamer horse and aluminium host is also I saw blood right slash trim super lunge in the session that rib fam black it are them show is like add of so he next word and play kiss zero out sessions are hot sauce blood black and literal drum but was nice and yeah well muscle from I action attention it is a walk him all your member shooting hell do if the arnold form stack old like and full so in good body all look like he may not super emotional body stack to way how limited heats but I'm not only use build body such cross tap she has his zero the should I think the puzzle and so by just such a goodness to us different we say was I do and the first and was we by the step I see shot most from Israel so for the goodness the biggest correct my is so I use so you this fair action portion do still we're all for so and so word we answer that's still our minor answer one minute still in your main rates small and that burst trimos to back work so all for who's in I'll your old nickel you can fire this did arm for birth with 8 9 on exos you can use the version the main to the system with this main sessions rate one exact but low is 5 FAU and cross tabs is joel UX it looks linear removals when the context so low out corruption believe on you we never had all his symbol words and a very session hot the ability is core there had yen at font below his after his sir you me I had love see sorry and tapping sir sorry the rule of to marry Douluo seem to provide instant here still when you know here show and the top ring on zig not I had a new yeah after all in similar marks try the east illness to death and I is such body boy is the same levels that's by you friend sure for rainbow and himsling soon see all for seasons or out is the in work case after the life to do and the so nice to the rhythm days what is I was on super fill river has is with full and long out everything here show wheat full real sour house did also and cause you get takes her out giving resource that's to do she it will to the leak to do it not fall into and now these things six on the shares had the muscle on the exchange love steam to lead at fall I don't know Lydia this thing can mirror the side she will error med can hear me he didn't do so I Joe I no search for sign underdog he did do under the orton those I rocker under the lottery net and unders good have no sort of fun one the end let you let me test it with the thing using those for in work of the soul here that the NC humiliate those the name to ask a ultimate put the end with survey hard try mo zone horror and my title apple and funny leaders hill Sunday to the sea fan this day on the up the news tension the which button head fit way which I in the building slow by for saw you with sneak squint Graysler often said all the bind the use the god and is on man so zero net be all how hours the all and woman must the time these ham machine no to matter their shows he their first no year least can't it's like the made certain as long as how it's the don't think he's real and as girl all the more tech out the on for Turkish Brahang it didn't fit beyond he's no data it'll show yet it's a rate was averaging for any time for instance to take to these there low who could see the low count I don't know how it takes to match you equal this see a positive has a word the right and the or they call this thing I do this just yeah was in a lower into big rat in the because I happily mal but it's tip from being justly accurate says that working the world will do a long way pretty on down that's you add to see audible psychologists you back and draws and a syrup to make speaking of when you into you to you first do you come that worse see none to keep it in head like video the has remembers these on addictions are called it rich inside adding these from nerds but who's no you tro hack you and get his arse cyber so range all right that for share punsy didn't chips kisser something little rat you lamb then I on fire when it's do you want for how you it has been so out you know the butter eo super now so ill and pair butter is subtle to do a lemon of does I I'll make pencils to show you gears of fun for all right there's one engine to the was neat type next in so there are lives shit of on to read a kiss to sour trap fish you can have a fallback edgy render of blood in that the arm of that spoon needs are not against seeds or those my variation of that kisser them pure warfare we keep the sun freedom familiar the law is in the song a meast right you know that have to wake up with that waste of for you know the art son trust the law never get shoot meal in on Bosman tech shit up by Mr. Delivers should hit weekly on civic board sir was cancel for site by Mr. Tech keeps not right realm beaters and staff from being because now no this event been the domain illicit domain it is max domain old fact the solar of access things leader him can mean out of sack the domain will ring the long slugging soon think a big horse yes as I murdered I wrestled the very good domes his and all ending the called on king yeah have as I must limer the blue ass on old with element our jimmy the fresh time don't not for the father in the today the rock here on what I've been for the dark gentle the other rules as the day you are design yeah don't read asking why who's I can't so for case out in today how I am before I it or did bungs I'm read not actually the word although not really from it's still proclaim make primitive and time don't be so our into hands be at the end that just down to sport how ran LJ don't have certain rig the making about him at least in game the name of the between orcs here real and before early have the not rim head came back to seeing how it's small don't know instead of sit and clear where it early and the with seeing the man name of the block could make the north game not risk complete is rebel could dog sir liz it is the hard decision with just Francis look and see his you and rock he's rest day for the American of graphic killing he had the dome of the captain some that today you and Harry law with the microwave killing by using the killing and he's still dabbing for how that can stay the town of 3 it's will be the or sound about doing small use the ice think the lost banner see yes and show us clash she's my estimate tells the and night if how devil swing walk and need for his what yeah with him we let them on the silver rare feet was such as the shows I have spring hack over the and it's and then new now Shane well also not result there are certain rings in business sing snake and leave the big or sir and tell in art unworldly and fest on not the and praise worldly and a guy the day this record see here on the sphere it's a bit some words chat between the bar the ink room how you actually lee and robes punchery ass attack ship on see or you as a assy zip now aim at victims are are yeah years here there the hack is at the brand and say I email all in the yeah so to night I think right because of the we're close to night I think very even can you really see the current back here pass sometimes intent to our new how it was literally with this dust Sunday red were and three settlers in honor Bruce and have grenade ang after the just said so I had a bit grenade ang all in my she lowered for the interval and not quickly butter grenade ang also this in it Silver by his own the raft because I had since she has fled out. Weasel was lead the equally as since Shuo and Elder had versus Manil. Sing ye wait at the piece of you had to high kill a fucking film. As down all at in run balls. I had seen you rock not you am. Don't play walking the face not we want and back. Full band as we bride and Jilly man used to have to say. At them I had coders and time. As I complain maker these same and Barcel do you have her. Did you I am. One of them side the design that sells him else. John and weather hims. The Z he had to the and trades with the 9 gave for as he thinks or he. And there's Errol Harem Xiao and used to word this super by soil it. I'm not having I thought this on house of you. Some should about should look at her. London and hack his go to up him since he used to use the ring hunt in a row. Two men had kept from the eye. With that silly man the design business. Oh your boy sit for a non so. See you and all your you of scratch contest. The I means freeze for Brim hack his portfolio in Ram. Tricky Jane Kennedy. He only you now for sure. I had sticks and out and rush in the sea to the lower back. The last message to me they versed cancer. Would not show you met that for her have for they bought the ring of Harem. Can we let the side and stem snip? He was if he heard as a sergeant. Error did Lord bless. I who couldn't kill Danish. Shin on the we did one. Ding that it's this and rock hitting the hillside. Rich sir. Heart is it. You who control your the earth. Thing like a which was hand. I've heard about all the stuff on your hills but don't. Oh, down relax. And I was in side one is first use. Henry split. You're until this to the lock. Daily lap. Nice and ranch. Show off woman in the system. Never button have a hang lock. From a around adding. Oh, that gross beast. You metal. Could to take heavy movement. Aaron forms even around the cow and now sitting. So can what I go on the hill. Show the say rather than armor. She orders of the sword 30 and wizard and wizard. Hand over. So 5 hours here. Whoa. And can move horse who good sir. Alliance people know what new wrestlers. Sir did play well can make winning full I do but I had the port tip day and on critical boss turning answered us. Yeah, the story. Cash hunting for the bar and rehold the block. I'll let you use the brand and the chance and think. Not nearly raised. You'll meet you on it. Sing down oxygen. He had a station of the yourself. Brinson. So that he went. Then you were also wrong. And all the answers. And I was off for time. These guys by being one of the gods. She entered it up in it. Perhaps become what you meant. Hell yeah. So got a ear but I have these. Let us blur now. My room. I will do answer the door. If gets back to the eternity God. He has still a long over the gods and God doesn't burn. From then that is sleeping with the business success. Makes sense. But me Adam tells us you answer for here. Okay. I'll have to fit in. Then he had all his time by all casting business a lower and Yash. San Hunt Yash was road out of the room. The project lady and Ronas and he looks fishing work. So as to what this so he uses which the Belling to do all and this wouldn't get no sir. First, his shit hostels and sizzle and cooks. You can renew so. Did Bulmer and those customer and orange house. Five link the X the now I shall zernam. First person useful I thought. I fired your apple. Some more disease words and to side angel Russian told me. She would reset. This would do. There was walking bloods. Skipping idea stage the chains I more and 10 days. Swinging hair colder. So now on chain coil and hobby. Couldn't have tries to those. Cindering office the old zero. Scenario for a soul kit is on target. And I am. Code the mainland and will let air and are. If I'm saying shift from the one side because I have these signers when I'm there Julie because I could there is lyrics of ross these sounds to I move those on the school and I often in Bremla where zealous and is me I speaks hyper here the wishes and the name the one is name those some certain happen so because the board pattern is so important type they know he was a hill time and sure emails and racial and df no all I rockens no do updates have necessarily the ideal sound answer will far to is happens to you go something there they were was jibbing her tipping your team they on the buyers was and bass in with waters of the and that has on below there's a listing there's gas and there's a sound and to sock say this hyper if all in all is a two all is winter to the dids and water rollers per will rs me I layers and I caught some into the turnout this for from the snow behind the copy deep veterans speciality those funds she has the early on fires del them show you slow when I've struck ravine had from on cutting it out from before and just very to affect the world on my to load is sleep it can real from an ex beer to bus the day can into engine correlate them show you if this is summon sin ray or this merging what you let it swell one the next unali snow for time also let one also to percent abs team verb model bits for this or have to fly back that's this permanent yes for voice for yes which is I know the proto is really nice the other nodes function yeah box it the other is the sally now everything say till their trans chat see it measure I pass then all red adding on you by densities see by the free let yes rat show bomb play run have the so and there should have research play sorry on correct and got you after I show about sips or well yeah later on in the 3 net area the not having got the layer 5 in the first all sauce them I adding should get him against it so that wouldn't be so that he play on that oofs would head and thoughts and all the female you would be moved out you had she had and catch J from Joseph it help at and yes show in the lid she had more complete until some hot goes the bills thing blurry there no these are the pie kiss you can build cost and see out this month's out time the love and more just the lids more into the door thing the eighth thing and more months key until all eat till the large and hip hop the not having kissler not good all as he would have the no landing not could blend cake glaze and on the lady could have of course not having neither every will not heating out into the not then not have here and my answer civil and wounded be ass kiwi in love her real house yeah ass lot of people bikini and the skirt dip them I take her out in the right lane belongs to I take she only that oh yes a bit rare yeah I'm pretty trained veil she look her as I blend beyond officer will assist with cyber now. Fierce and never energy all would be against and will be the death. No whole source to see. Just here or death I may wait to feel in the will be people and rare and fully off redemption. In my eye and later and goes to the period. Now who not among the large mother. Ruin the said rigid. For if cause some step glass of fear. Who had salty and her to pro to disney of bring her and actually shot of sucker run and a word for he would be insulting rock here is US still on fiscal judge very able who first sought being taking is nothing those also matter engine that so because of the bones be done was single of this sir hard in his happy office hunting bird be done to plan over the user her promise yacht down the canoe with them wixing him reports the sirs here news but be no dot the generator lay the body on praise and I thought it sun there lizard was two words at the shop be done bird hand door be on her dog flashes sought the also observe in the lot this be more like it blue not off Carl and be just fender hand sir Lindo and he could fan speeding to next playing the ditch chapter has yes sir not see without idol there's her she said the also high hell under world back the elders connection actually the tend over there in the case even found it hell my the thought things are sleep out it things the sea which is go evil be on lemon the silver mysterious officer there he begins sister it was Edwards the first chase 2 weeks against it he started fit all years like me dom under kid after the villain no they get be all sent all being character after 6 zeros are means fit in their whole time don't feel and watch this wins to sue off his body and the about freaking out it Hitler not have them all in detail and all print with the long or song beating money the von no fair theater be on the hands of Houston or Kristen duo until the say new to the station movie as he double bell to hero hand there yes and have be smooth one so way to the guy after pass to do a damn boat started body bone out the boss Aiden's son on able to force them into the wings also to and memory response bombers was mason there's soon on the circle okay y'all sisters power here on my duo the grab see for first hello early the time just in the pro the so and phase Johnson son now he's what I 7 slap the cover as arts bronze BTPSU and show death but she is buried when throughout has chain and raptor intelligence from this log Mary kiss it governor Adams and the group 4 tools about and indeed the down enter the sea was key goes to art the ornamental is an resource no witness sir and what first fix being the ring or right about us about the big would see about clear blue eye sees in energy ding to the dreams so can fire with the dreams did dead for her night bang means for the lady from side adding gently for this who goes from the dreams on light hacker kissing is risk we won't rule out you denial no to for lower the side not will you out of the loose long the side adding isn't British wrong hand after hang by print bachelor in the church process hidden easily in FL speed sucker helps let I in the ESP linkshare it means you now who we dream designed backland or can't try to serve the boss the camp met to him I can't yet reach house fiction smell all year scared hashtag open to he was sitting out number the current chains bay us had red burst bring questions car what you need was the us what when you took no that carry that for sale and follow 7 or 8 3 not even 6 for the so boom carry the end up this will be and look for dirty air dot go out your phone I you and now explode the block think he's from his the block the side king with principle at the letter today I like the set with say and location in the for you Findler unseen the written back kisser them go to do on this sort of base sing they are ancient group of figs for the night what the will who doesn't deny the look at the now when they let no yeah there's all or hidden for press you can rock and roll can suck is couldn't be for good comes to the and and they will get on you brought to oh show I yeah friends good to a weird thing on and have the and my go watch principle of business by drop it just Saturday and to be on her feed it I curse soon fair he could in a crowd of the law also it's 14 the uncle sauce or you you can the accused live is the and is the found saying one delay absolution down and cut here as a bit that's 11 scores so yeah the scores fully lit yeah definitely means you and me and princess they like not as he didn't and as the bombs car and blizzard how not support and after months ace hassle fish so like and after out hard show you and create what till what after show you and out and wait for it that for he me have same be massive or anything unveiled one didn't fit been bought up things news is yes there season he seen that job yes it was faced up but my being married show come on that you then we'll get to listen out house den and make a little I asked to vessel so happen the effects watching the astral nose smattered the house after the muscle will have my averaging you or shoot them to be sax oh yeah get to the the last understood little house of rattle is that met January we will have or she pours going to traveler yeah it's full his power begin spread until how yeah so the home of the foreign special give her muscle out looking for who's out looking also has some lake it didn't with the big the so how she all yes hassle with not yeah cylindering 10 homes her needle sand and free for these lives or yeah as I am is shoulder as I for you send one tef led or and skills the answers also works to I can so out maybe the house so we see all the second shows sophisticated and out no one feature the shoulder is the souls day turkey terms yeah happens are bell wing pierce local the active so out earth out all with the us and seem to be the right up we're today just to bears show that be up to this old that's the fun of those yeah Aaron does on that that's a pretty can get okay show that all right yes a little or good just suffice stay or members with the others hasn't sure to enjoy it will first power which was good yes to 5 and 10 out from lips well white from sister yeah work in the answer all united man you'll attack will feel so the in the duel presenting for all the neither about I subscribe feel like the days eat and air so no day and cable the first act of this hard intro could be concerned long nature be on thing the show for shell who can do tempo and what threat I low, or so they fire and made search begin. In all complex matter put. The least kings draw and and then do there. This is reasonably bad. Oh no, those who from we slow, really super, first reads, to get to Zhuo wants to be on the king, either, only closer, but anti faithfully, as exit, go to take to shoot, or eat shoals, sort of fish, or eat it over or so. Depend on king, show real English, thus people does not, your the good show isn't used. They and they for eyes shoals from iron and muck from Duo. After Duo, I will be my represent Duo on there, or you'll be a better, check with trust in spot, be honestly, to Thomas, what sort is the same as hobby on what Silson for zero may pass, unlimited running, to do a please friend and expect that state of one goal origin, butters hair in curses, please me rest seeds put. Fair leadership, send it to her old who cursing. All I have to kiss myself, lean my pale hair, see off should be design, keeps her hot, after it I see side with false, or I'll let shoes out lives. Windows off the wave sex super or so is so move vision way earlier. Astring over purpose the line doing that one is led by this. And is I you early is how spike and light should hose her. Or side reader, upon house is and who up with a hidden slow. Adding row who can louder by. Rim night this cat out here. They are taking block they allow any mice. You can shoot option. After is a live super blood and Harem fitter it's in here. Better have the out room on the or let hand the truck yeah. The abilities in the lens. Fiesho not was the slow to that. All your dams the energy have been murder. Yeah, no wait marshal engine for that. Young soldier. I am after close. I'll run the use to energy on fired set droid. After them shoals that she's a little more done to see her in hat. Look at it and so she was Mugaz and Tedrian was long and designed it. Useful. You and Shuo comes and has answer because I saw prison king sphere and shows half sneal. Shuo attack the side some pretty by. I'm eating the light of liner and seeing it. Upon God and not yellism because I'm boy. I'm get play him. Parental up film him. Episode 10 blood. See away him shoulder war. Mine is ex the third game. You name extra carry today. Do I guess what's on there. Then Artu's blood and getting in their sap. Damn it. After. Soil. Official. For scales. Crucifix holds it. Angel or infants on eccles. Legend of far from. I also will bar. Occur for vivid. Fafete. Bloom. The exact mixel. I'm out the virtues. Kind. The 30 restriction. I or as an Irish story. How up for the limit to work. With I find generation will them. With cheat. One for the years liver to tell well. Zesserins so midasting. One cane acum. Can I answer? The Chinese show. It will eventually soul way and body. Cause over and so on love or. The kiss was fair. Shall call it your. This is lyric vessel. Slope with our life of my fodge. Abby Agent. Remington. Views all. And it can read German on our cinch so useful. Simon Ace Lover Chain. The informed everything on for. Urged all in aqua sires. Knife for A's law. Because of Elston. Verse Schnee. Lucas. The not retels. The F swam. Ill and ding with smooth high. Kangle little study. From first he has in Remla. Whether in the sizzle see any speed. Soul speed. Sour issue. Rich Wolf and they. The long day of the ribs of in the CM. So it also sobered pair and least spoken over to I shot says or to least snap. And Zhuan is the graphics and the FN or land happy inside. Being all this stories. Their offices in Lacktail. The fair side. The only thing we will bear on there. He for drink was John Bird to take near carrying from. The ink blade squeezed into that. In 600 swixes and backhand on a dimple. There's at least in tips at Jackson or until Ted the not telling South Curry. Full and all others are cool. Yen did the tip and not roar savage from agent players psycho. Some to their earn out these fuckers may send Spehan is not being the else. The stats out of the evil. The Mutsabinas from his the rune at their own. Their eyes still the most used to zoo. Now as rehearsal from Van Evad from them the depths of Humar sort. And she's very the part of activity. Where's the new hit when I hit an onion? Posing red locker and hers can rip the bus. Video and ships the ibish. Or the arts from the other in the banu. Some red and works our time. Owing to that heart see when left. Shirt huds the and General. After Vincent's Harry tonight. Who are seeing me and high rash warmer is commercial for a air with a hat. Still from the infamous way in the back shouldn't bruce so subscription. Shinny your hat pop relationship should they're not at Sarah's and control you have. And the monk so I know you saw way I and her operating that. He earned the have he was but was not limited. You know the wrong not where range. So I was open not at was there as he from the engine not running out. She was touching at warning exhausting. Warming down. Doing please is so warming down. In go back. I will take a big warmer. This land was like the squeal dip him out here and show for the he is in the hands of things as he was in something body. Hot the crowdy. You need the hand was the involved in because I'm asked me he saw her by him. Thing on with kid. Yeah, and they sing you the injury kisser. Okay, but I also had out yes I used to imagine and I became the body. Ran to all the I had and hand cursed thing was usually the buffer body. See you how under what yeah. I'm assuming brain and this group hidden designed it. G and factual yeah. And Liz H. He from I you have to always. You'll sing this is after everything. How and pretend he in a compositions these as he answered. All in my head and killing and not advocate this way and tensions. He was from my head. Oh, it's now have fluid trains I couldn't have full fair with sorry. The ended is result and they fuller he's the issue article. He was all the hello for your day. Not usually now. She saw out these options. Game is not kill I believe. The advantage of like sort of chisels. I had a regan resistance in chef that will I see a kisser print hat. Then it boy lay on his head a bit. The lady game on the rush. These are the things was in half tro his and hat here to tread black. Really nice to the lungs has saw adding the lot or attention all singer. Red hairs and back from two little just. Two and handed 5 do. Us energy the so the things that were around and loyal use sound in this lot. Most entry the happily failure was the word in the version. The report illustrating and all clean need to be a side. Now as an even a virgin. Yes, S has itself in her thought. Is the audio Oscar. It's returning ling yeah worse. Shuo so her time. Jinx version. The hero his blood and begins his rate. She did strategy. He is little guy on him. But the year who big snap. How did I hash question? Yeah, and then Robert. Erdo hip. So okay. Sick vessel needle or if they want plus. Nation far. I'll arms here for the books. Fair team. The fizz all a out. Wash out. First, used, I thought, I fair to Jerry House, the old me to work, and look into say, financial action, the way raised, under does leave to alone. But the next one's still, this action, the ass, moving hack or mile and 10 enemies, swinging careful there. So now I'm watching, Core and the only, I'll let her eyes land the so her, Sindeering Fox is always ran, this name, Brazil, it's on, but ding, it's Jack, Trixo, the rainful do support, will is there left around our, Arsofino, I farmer, I from chain, they or I trying to marriage on me and Brady's, in the side, I equivalent, the third 10, less staff foster cylinder. I just it all dissing I the dice I to belts fun center with their boot when the rich soaking and as many happy so can be or heaven's roots done on order ace Lars is the name the souls with some liberty hackens so he always it and research souls this is not this how to I feel sign it was only kiss and there's less this is all after the deal with things perfect the I kiss I ask real first heard say it or then the under my love just these hundreds was for nearly any weapons the number of skills to back and so I wonders about game of yeah tricks with Sandy bridge and that bristle hours and for body straight over soul and folds on all some get eat the tips and riddles how are some layers and my pump the sin I fair for the new send not rating items and rebel the OH just use quality of I possible and arsofin used and L has the lady meg that so on next status mark can use play on but after rivers moon I will this field keeper if neck is burnt odds the drickerships ended the real versus still in this new the moon and are in child star we wins either written day cuddly take full seconds and the one we was return to suit eyes brought into some trades it's up his love it's roll I have design the way to out of school contain I run into traffic cadet I snakes or your race will get could know the rating straight snake or flow or the icon nutrition what then the RS you can say all names for the dealer dash trans add the asset so can the back and is on no should learn is in this where's correcting and soul or sort snake comes out build or we unnecessary make up fucking like that send it if I can't be fair still or is there I fish in long finger at they have hitting the miss here has sleep here the is trust here I think oh have it for the woods come in if an assist looks layer finger all go temper fling for name affairs body versus build the whole I assemble there's are making the grubs the right shell teach out so I is in our different these should be tool and all to spec the arms is fish and all share it show himself rain him on paper as the stories for one branding the target the fingers with this can to play but see or the fair in sync his from his number lost play the she all are do know yes I saw that number of means see and look at brought that lures horde in area so there are first research tech it minimum us look there are in research cooked in from next on that whistle yeah you not give a fall bass by the first knee or a fair vision from turgid body the prep when I'm curled over it's all happy and would natural fear from no be important to extra of never but Christians have asked for every day for your ass not for your ass they bring better how can be been nature I'm for better all when the other is friend with them the thing is often the he and our so should be stand or heavy fair and bail nerdy I fair train can in instant to I first should try on nervous that bull sit the do can wait it been bullshit for sand it how even the vendor of the kill Jeremy who size sure hunts the country you will be the very in bring I was pretty considerate again okay so here in all the doers on GS after then engine our continent so leave it in shit for only think you're not that simpering but so serving the biases charging those far so get serving an range point book stop eating you and spring so in his being the hero starts to aim is the women's clock fire oh is I not see which should see so care not do it as we no did we be these for all immediately we would be these out here in Joe didn't I level W hockey the actually W for like this figure will hats cut and wrap we breathe edges into toil have fairly so yes Joe is also Shuo more than a near at jaw. You always so kiss her fear shiftly I in your kit which we are to it. The champagne attack you they are all over them cut from the or to answer moan and this. Say to the this has no power I is that the mess of them with. Boon shale is how thousand and them together. It is the out best as the bison on the page connect will not. The mere ass since all the different bodies of an onion at the street. It should last one long to shout near those hot key things. None of us turns the idea out and so you saw on I am at Berlin out hearing out yes we heard now how long to run her per still the kind of oil he might aid her have Joe on site so we will kiss Jimmy around. You and let how it is GA handset that's still July video of my ideal hours style of system say I do are so useful or to his oil you insult and move we have so finals would re-rates Joe will get you and sing it I'll add any oil nuts yes one more he just I the admiral say he again say oil first I once kick the other year so create a when series his head every also Disney our day and money that kind of snow all none have booker I so how so all over he makes nil I so apple here this here so creative oh we run and oh you're not being can move late future was real then bowl and other fantastic the water so just yeah could respect the is here at worst all were easels good leader public here you what husbands you to tell the social your church Jesus me 5 bumbles here and your web milkshake it's a of the balloon thing single didn't finish and on from net didn't deals with 10 million people used sure there's so able to would have killed got so did it be a phone sort so it's the lanes and like student so very next neither neither getting my burns extremely fair and stuff as an elder the ever ever be to play tests his bread so Brad will learn as steam was among the 5 degree it burns Sidney Henry the British Shafters GA the bell force the and all and use for net it was he could show in and sport is also getting out commit silently Adriana Adrian G spoke of and I it and the more with life as the my or not delays for just yeah or wish for muscle to one and I for diet Jared Hussey question hit burning sees ajing the soul to rate did 60 more rate acting of these so oh job we have let over in my Foxing with so rolling the deeper how to when we are on Just and Chowser, sorry, 7. Aaron Quinn, and Obton in Jekyll is listening. The famous Douluo used to body because of Blue Star. I'll say was unfair game. Fussel, a bit Fussel, a useful and this youthful hair. Carry and plus, didn't far more extra Bosmer for a bit hot. 5 tag, Limba, yeah, that muffin cell mile, there is out converted. First, you research it, Cyber. The I'm there to check how full me and works, clicking you a digital Russian bowman. Which way to eat, and the road, and others live to tell well. Exercise, Mikashin, bombing act to it, and that body, the launch special, it comes in the shades, the air and beyond Oslo. Profit low folks have, sincerely my 50 design. 6 soil, it was on, the so dan I am, so the rainless and so will there to turn on scar so finzel, I saw my rifle machine, the more I turn on there and call him being a friend. The science I it compatible, for the fatty, earless down for selling. I is what, so dan you would we today, can you let else be, Foster, Dare, Boontat, and Rainbow Hills, and Moonty, I so you seen so over for the rise of ends of Sarah, almost where means so movie acts, this oil or has it, and least can only ask be, think how you do say the shell sign, and it will be still, the grass stands, the offense all I rockins, the with base half an kills, the fire shell south kingers. 500 super consent he goes sling air. By war hurl jid I heard critic. From the year drink present. They on the buyers with sandal bass. Hence with wonders of ag them all. The acts of any rebels. Tricks of sandy. Bridger and adverse higher and the purse be. Stray solar of social and of them nonsense. Offers how be record be seville out. Or will watch out from the stream. The muchater even out. These 5 performance moons and dasa. Ray I but the more special because the Oh, H is used as each professor ring. And their eyes are commercial things used. And it has the elite many gets so on. How you get assets close for. And she's very to affect the world on the to loaded seat. Is can riddle rubber egg because he burnt his us. The dean how injured. The will Marcel jails the zone. Sun Ray, lips smurned on black heart seeing less. One the Trisha unknowns and old salmon so that one bus super uber so values. Teacher Morlin, race for Jewel, Thistle, career as I. Boys, that is golden aid. I feel in these rats, can die, nates, familiar race will get. Crabor, Zaid, research, the rock, no before this new Aaron sits 8, and those of trains. These all to bed are masked, and blend with them. Fix up the race on feeling like the back on the end on no, but love out. These are in real swing the show our sword. The unknowns, yes, to old boys, and alternate after sleep, the eye, sun. I the actives, the fire hill, breath here, functions and small player that's born them. They have been in the earth of a seal itself. Forget to play average doesn't do ranch and says Buckler, the mayor novel with headline and ranch 5 the stamping of the more run district while I can did humbly have long. Fast so warrant he rackle console water so citric very nice. Hidden. He sold and more slid to have. Those from fish and number of from Joe useful. English, sir, us ready for gates total ram. Law of the design. Effing rules. These buttons to I'm providing or to stir. How was I friend I get on air. Chat on see till do. I will what do you say? Or see long it's of the others and show there too. Right on tiles on Stephen Scherzo. Reacher not to finish. I put during Cold War. He was press he's over on day. Host okay to be with version. When versus Ellen didn't leave. He's so out and curtains if we do. Lawyers well they has to call head time to squash. Calls will be away and be on. He click the phone vision or use protected beating 3. Lawyer Ursula he was the to send the members and hesitate and have also hurt. He did round to Elizabeth hit her call. She had Harry after these she had the first. Then Plumber that be no so they all deal to when positive and how as her and here. K hold it because in a in the work yeah I did sir. Even the I or bundle yeah show to do a votes. It's a man that while some time to and do not upon which Harlow sign obviously good and I read his let's leave she he bought the arcs all report from gently at no food being on hot they saw be the boss trisha be on a wearable in an annual ringo and now that be was a tunic you and show re avenues you want to live in city hands buckle they overlap it'll look since you what they bring more use a few old a what things control is a low giant about an year since just they lead no be and feel it now so friend lot of the do you oh back and say you now reach in that tell angel in all sensible especially that need amash shine the steering thing have zero little that sun help you and shoe in they have for you to on the world sign things this race all and look you dumb this during any sort of dash bow you on g to different to school bill you know teaching it for you oh I can't keep sort of the show me them also have you he all conversing turn after not ever since turkey room or the no you'll learn it can't be all what you tell yet but you who said that seeds lose a staring words do it this is but doers they really low you not have station bring up to the body or for on the baby yeah of you darn have it just the tools and over days and is written they features are not drawn Chinese from Jane at our theory not real station so we are now is the day house same making law here from ya all is not blue and blue it came other was that name top by the rumble but blue and use the ad Karen's list of them are so very heavy of rank the baby I listen is ready to for now seasons who all the thing I give her matter what was who hates the sort I love you your name are you the bound bread the bear she can by windows there those them to me what you see selling matter now send from you it's a bold lawyer her number yeah down long more the same below and she never she wrote for her and what today and the author is ready to at her when she's her shall not care but it's crowds never yeah shall for letter her and soul Native Silver, she was on the thought of Gokay. She was board and I served Nemot, reached the board and who considered those circle, the vegetation, and began the for was jumping feet, and fish, the bitter of the bell and your wife, Ashkini, Ajum, who is up with his and paid on news. Thine and less verbal days, last said for all his prios, so I was canoe, but he, and never reaction, they had been in the national, narrow down each person. Instead, the angel fame, how sad will, oh, as to the time of being and non dated, I love the law, there's and now she's hunted like the deadly catch I lose a key. It gun because you pull non damper. Full of wound and sell for the blank, but the clue is words design and tended to be split. Full root said, and I announced that he came the design the issues. Favorite size of other because of loose to this Jane Sissy Lozak, who announced to see logger. Brunette, yeah, he's it, birthday on Lodge, it was Trizz on all. Worley available. Gem sounds self-made or mix original consoles and floors. And it is body is lower agent. The are not able to see how it's fun. You as owing sister of him. You and waters cleanse like the old hair. Let's make look at files. Yes, sting out in sister table. Pull is really evil. Out to where hassle. The t-shirt will never which you rise for CIO. Full play may see you could own with the hush app that contains abilities of smithy. And that's to take a sodomy. And now for early there or so any. Long way. We usually nibs are cut off. Other line at the print. Can you dirt at the left row. You and now house and brief hand or MUs. And I cert. Te license in the fair I rock. The I law. Also the rest of you us. Say sound like it may roast and noted. On the back the owls eat them item. What you blow inside the same as too large. Bung in the head. Blue taste. So be the real for zero. And handle head. Should have a lemon and go for it. It will be to send the same rod string. Mash the free instance. Will act so as the free instance. Bond on. If sure my saints. Then there is a sort of still back. Out the English by the rain. Shows the earlier than first. Birdell nut. The nitrous at agri with peace. It all Ted I cert. And Craig's do on. Harem or. Sit on a do our leads. Fits your it like on those nitrous bonus head site. The duo are contest in May. Early for the minute and fair unfair. Fun is that one thing. You're the us. That work out. Then the under path. Color to hell. That will indeed shakes do open. And you are not head I cert. Then for instance. Humble. Language them out of voice tab. After you send you super persuade gets split in banks with dead to head I spying it. Base of base rack and don't head air sir. Ember arena. And I cert. Touch air strong. One and air strong. So go him to head I cert. Tree then for Jenny's. We pretty boss to 9. For them we out and him to and out to run left there. Yeah boys key. He'll me here. I had to the first winner. To ash and do us again with organ. For on the see that. Unregistered. That how can the sea laws on the intended. Cause of those we had more. Another apple rank already throws solder. It'll you the mat to the law. Go under dumb yeah Joe who's shilling way by you there. With on bar yeah Joe and mash do to be an actor of Billy. Jack Hussy I do ask how time. Chun carrot. Ted Ice and the subside. Arguing degree. Wisconsin bird. Was and pushing and air under you mad. Sit you are in Xiao 10 Ted Ice. Two things your words. And Ted and Herbs and Johnson. So we are doubling tree. Dari like baby. Look right there. You and Joe. Though you things him to go have at a left slow. Sir do have all your seat. I'm slacking. You and hello do. Who runs here the best action. And we didn't take studies. The Demay. You'll rose same parts of the odd level match. There's no things in the high school. Some cheese. Up to eating lock. Things to create. Away from what. Who and evil is. Connect. Reconnect. While you hammers and occurs. Who had and fish back here. You and a muffle them to lose. Strain. Pretty booming to kiss. I don't have to build. I didn't count cases. That will under the end there. The tents and law me. Yeah, best have the case will shirt. Who go will delete reality. It's easy. Next how if you don't leave. Yeah, do open and six again. Sir do. So what you said. Even law does I have we know if it can. Who knows so with. Duel it. Oh, Shuo one react. Hey, you'll give the knife. Do. The take. Water. That's somebody. You know every while you. Oh, yeah. The complete section. See do both. Juan noodle. Rasu. Who which nights. Some kilo do says. Be which I've seen. See live. Early side. Do both. He'll on it. So that you're jamming at. And we all search. With for winter. Must hello. Your jams over. The nicknames. And yeah, it hurts. Hello. Projects in their ears. My I do. I am a first you just hockey yes how do a go under even your late so low under get it even you and just no I am out and but and that how it's do there's an inbuilt move in there to get quick and so how do go yeah people be I think search to and swat them we got the island difference loss of normal the lock was silence that I how it was losing it lose make see students secret as soul and next silent the outlaw the house of the all and we're later out the bull silent be all even more along lose house what deals July gives you that as yeah but just as the gearing growl lose till even and when we lose house word Berkeley rolling circle then I ask go sir you met when we so out was there to that agent he hates the had a hollies that was said who know that I should like the umsler did I Ali also have easily sound who's here go ring and so who reads this room or one now used with has of fire you all wander out you'll what do airs can flow steering round yeah directly house head this over the steering hidden one and one the earring from the flint do reach the ear plumb wait is no basa then as you arrange it you came with you I as of stroke did take right but deadly ring door so we say do I plumb do are do wall do just to do a fond digger he said the was what's the do trans another hat the is thing better than what's all but clean with you and do with my no silent right or I want you out what do sound do it and not sky shirt hunts the seas ha oh you again and schler mayor he his from everyone and win what you rate that I don't know our sin on this fly adding you do terrible hands for echo salad who was heard slow on base oh some guys what for all right lose I have a share and get her you all so do here we never do past vanilla do has a sound I didn't have the you do you'll be broken who's there he's humps in rich long do everything against Paul also yeah from this guy course everything yeah now his but half the land oh and also do have two sides or let them to I'll be to certain that privilege also and asking I do and for it also did the lock can go game how can do here not answers does he bring in the do about it way age fully people go those on the edge now and we are longer and the details he broke it okay my pick rates send mercy do buzzers he is cartoon to do space it's vulgar oh he probably big profit do who use with the define more issues there's any rare rice urban straight island till not island difference loss is island if and so I will plus on this window oh sir the this sauce on the yeah do boost the orton and turf and go on event do wait take no it's on chain already yeah the defend and transition green jack do how yeah in very earrings it specific engine for 1 hour so I info with the healing bar yeah you do both the history and the had equal and I'm just over use us do prosperity you if earn yeah and really bad in derby teams bad in this all so you can I try to move the is out art you know and there's a do balls hell the seeds in mongol's fuck back for he sir hadn't seen to you I till you're in silent you should have this pearl fanny and this fun to if go to the team so our response isn't that with me how EV will ever if you quite a dial. They can get this. Oh, at least we can't get or not the school offended. He have out or the down the norms all. This will all day. Every day, fast and ring of seats do Saffron and Cat is her. Single road no. Let them do I allow you to intro for instance. Every end of the rose she's out. How to go for vegetable. And raw. Counter see the evil leaders. And out. He's members of H. DVs and incidents. When out to ice free and shall enter ever right. And others would older at the end. Oh, so with that, our souls will down. At a office, of course, yeah, right, he will say this way. Zoom with this bossing site. No need for way. I like with people away. The odor is roots. Third time, the hash. Zoom the third of tech. She to proven and separated all sir. Haha, it may all that by our sledge. Said it was the swing PDS to penny pat. Bird we will do, but can leave it all out. So how we the match to after it also trains be. Pay with Zhuan. Go even half. See, hold it. I'll see him slice right and go. Can't do it. After being quack bulge. Use lips or wheels. Billy and this will so have to black map mask. To ribbon of duos. Hang. I was wrong before. Yeah, shift blow. Let our forget do it. His. Can't hold on that yeah dating space. Do a who the he is Rex Scantron. G his house links. It does have me ever can. You and Rand do and lift sour. Which I do over on the back. She so happily a wash. Yeah, who do and listen. They will and boosters. For that does have who's at. Carefully hit you into do with them. You at least my snub being top blues. Amy Shuo I low. As go so quickly I feel like. Yeah, and stand against all I do. Then fashion us you and do over. He is in full. All do ass. Tranus do and unpredicted. From go around. Let hot. There's open to your go that was off and her was like yeah. His little orphans of Chizrit. Where's it to be Hitler? Yeah, you when you know. Go yeah, you fight. Oh, yeah, I don't have to the but actually you resource. Fall to watch links near from in experience. Go there, race that will be some time with over you. Go that he's to free as and bring more loose tea as a baby. Feed you off. Let's run it. Finger reach S can swing without her first to it. Six shot, yes, I'm here. Engines all just about the muffler making real all of your shot. Rigs to band is for our soul. The soul is and nothing's out to send up to and the aliens and sand. So do you hear? And all even an article on high level astral head. Would be smatter and to be able. Was a social attack. Other years all rear. Lay so as request. Thanks as a recruiter which do the voice searching. Sings and in unity though. The story just higher and classically wall. Here's some shake bit. As little as thighs with rats shinner just way on the iron. Hot day. Send I us. You in your as well east. Then that jumps. It would to you. The your town. Rally your flickering hot and closing us of drugger heating sun deletion. Instincts. And shot of has. Items which are bringing numbers and stress. Shower is such long to these. First streets to not and builds were what this well. Or where rooms are you know. Ta under the live chat. Uncle and say now I sit on I'll keep. And we're done with and laying and rooms. Said it's Lord us after now. So they buy the armor in hand. Hey, guys, no one here. So on hand was under Zhuan to abuse in the yes, the final solar is and ring has clearly. And Mars father. He asked you how zing should be there was for him. They were nerd. Page to say what them what hearing solid so instructions that they meet. He have Hitler's so he hobbies the law. This all please soon not you all equal elements and entering the fear of the zone to Hessen. Yeah, on to style how they even though I'm a single thing entering low roses do never. Theory of the loop rap. The only of the zoo to keep your out of pressure. The usually lost will have hang out. Sting is on hang out and is that and all students mention is sourceful. No you push doing but save time. Student this. Students will till out his hot friend nailing. Near the by out of an ornament. I have had these surroundings but worrying now. And can have said it. He can also matter picture. The other predicting. How to come early. It will be 3 years. The old Sergey running. Hang out. Hold it ever back. Uncle Sky at down yet for. Case they lay full. In the I have by half. Brutal layer I clear time. Blue news you can as depicts listics here and then tell. Litter time another rooms or no. That'll detect. Yeah, I heard and meter. The have their as I say when the timer. Use this. Sees a phone marvelous. Still say who can from cake commerce how hair use. But they say of their time I Billy him and for every can have beer canting that. TTA you cat Abdullah on easy. Aim match ain't out in there crying your woods and who will hang out will you in as well as this of the scene reached his ranks to him. Loving their hand did not conscious static back and did for about watching or the rats and hand. The little hills matter picture. I had did not play watching. But the nurse hour yeah hawks the ungained. Prepare agitation and now Elvis Witting and Winston with the shot. Engines to salute they would sing in hidden. Gaskins was semi sing far sound of the scenes change. And over his left her black and we said good shape for the tap. It was for lips as he walked. He was on him zooming my arms and physically. Susan and do which the top dot him. Show him beer who acts but I tag him. In Shuo did the shabby and chase. Today's talking out build hidden these hard form predictable gas to the realize to do ever leap toast decision. And I'll listen would take over this siren. Zil with his urges washing. Though his best should buy washing's bell rate light. You off from my niece. You and selling task and aim sure at. To shift for funding and things of season. See the dash of years because I was a smooth to listen very flavor or the program she made I asked that they can quantum with Ursish looks Zosser nights, these sat so I can sing to you as loom the I saw King Kun Vel hats, can bear when an angel in and Munti, Aki, Old Cassie, and over officers, the number and same long is knowing this is more the acts. The old also or so did not never sales visitors, Davis Honey to Yacht, and it to open those where is a shield, a shab of concern on you to be single burden souls. Bird efficacy is cool. Fire should say it's all then which will then go here. The fourth tool protects tech or blurred with Ulris, and shall tool to what eating 600 civicus and back on a dimple. Silly state doesn't matter. Bristle or jid the heck the elements of Harry. The little all over can do some gear. Bijit peppers but so they ran on Jack from them for the done shake their he's fought for in some and hot be like them for the systematic the interfield. The congregation usual digital special I possible and arsel findle used and has the late move and if from them cognitive after the lost sort. You should turn the effect the love on my fellow this feat isn't critical for next to in bus. The recent stock on indication. The real virtual fiends are in this new. The new and close another Zhuan. Along the RT and that's one twitch shape. Not used to sack soldier hard of one Busters very understand labs. Of soon versus fusion. Rinse for Jew. There up to rise up. Doom the mass subsets. These particularly cyber and spread on the guns. So a handful of the I am tower guns but dirt and bull. Angama. Do arm the owl at Husham T. Those times. This one from the Hiller was high BS and strength. The heart of this since the house should need the Natsu. Yeah, one officer. Trying to force this innate attachment. I have to own news. Da, and his with in there in kitchen. Because we also from the zone west. 5 huge. Singer. This is what you heard. So, refreshly rated shifting inside. Said GX ring also. Now it was like Yan there. Said you should silly get to that. LG and Homo Spartan Yan. What's the state of the Harry who had that? Errol B. Hunter was in the gap. She had hit this for that Zoom for the deadly injury. Sadly, Such hands go just to turn down hit one. On the day of the thing, one that couldn't help Sassaman, Zuchland with sight, and Ernfin is Paul with Zone. After a vision, zooming the area didn't I can't back. Uch memories and create intensive thing flat. The gas like ultra movement, longement, first that has for zoom sass. Muffle dang and using Ucher, each other, with more Zikio Elson, who's Tambors in risk, Zafi Zoo or either. This good to let for say one, actual wind or so, and Ling Ludo to me, sound little breast, in Prazu. East side, all shots of Rinman for war and moon. Uchi her soul, more foot dog on your. Then you did also never eat with sensitivity pre writing. Brother of your own, DNA sound Gazak, never lost wing done, did not attack him. Zing troubles on Blue Brass, Subster by Will and Lil Rat in the Uber or Reader, because the sharp under cat. Escape the bull night, sister, feet, mims, fring and sushi singer with never lost. Then skeletally absurd as can we draw. Her idol Lil Rat not losing her shape. Girl I run in the youthful network, but skip able and hang and sushi. You got this Arabs dead in Schwell get close hair. Observe direct by Usha, Tentacles Heron and Subsuja. See also as own advent his. Endings of feast as all limit them fortune. Or the G critics sized. Did a flush how again will hump the art of battle together. To have it be he as himself in and all this was. So have he's next. It hurriums. Dack to last Sasson who behali feel his own terries and he's ready singing. Fighting to Zane is fable later. Firm value. Thankful her hair out who take by me. Zaisel. She earned to Chiefs Wilson. Have you for we was hot well. When I Hashim Joe, yeah, when Shavern help, show had that's visible auto in the barrel. AF Lings River and the Mythings River, them area and both. The Greek also wears chain, not his ace. How for history, the years in basic dicks in my home law, and a had been head to Jack, you turn chaos. How the law same or insolvency. The day has ear out, but it's a long freak in the gold bus. He easily had and him room hour. How he saw he brought Daniel zooming and rat by his all left. And you all sang away, foot based in the lane. You are very awesome, this could be and actually is. Joe, you're the one to act now. That's what Qian I used so urgent. To your ting and his angles on the it was without the board sir. Fair or under the such cloud I was a has his hours by late night. Or the meat dish, mim flag such thick and buff, fitness and hair has led to this and sure you ready this was not show you sandals to risks hair deeply. You deadly lock Simers, it's a show you and hold with my weed and claw shimmer. Who knows the law, just actually in their hands, been out quickly. Which was she was and or them and the kazoo. And Grado can bear hatching wings to fire at as it is over 8 and not with her bow. Low sound after price or Hagia. That was a child of him this time. Lost with her, we deserve hands or arm. And I that all how you'll do. The way and look at her you fat. It was some man fat. This hair sponos. This we can do that. Zooming tell us all that look out. Oh, that is the result. You want to be zooms these little bone unit. How owned it. So many word her best and agreed. Then all action spun. Zooming as we get thunder. You the borderly. I owned it. How have the have get set GD word on watch. I'm even a zooming these at her let zooming all that word and dope. So man do half so only English have house base to little feet to our relay. After it recently after our session not in all the angle subverse tense to uses for we are no there's for brand or not kiss love the wisdom and how the last after let how and is how interested well it is and she and out how literally no the things up paying wrong to the test so equally amber test in a Jennifer sir has to real hand SK out and one more thing it was evolve for M3 and she was zooming other Sunday this is sorry lady to listen to this person union six on after lemon match duo non implicit yeah Joe zooming were magical plenty of me can end it other like so that and just fancy verse last at a soulful came out and pleased her at the India there story or song in war layout so it has a dude can see yeah the tissue now and do a or is dinner some at my log and now back there some told zoom that you told he needs zoom so much singular and he old singular and this arm smash that the options must yeah zoom where sing a yeah house zoom tires tabber and having reading the two minutes yeah oh to face now on the certain towards the or is and radical India and really and no on easy or dead they don't have to engage you do kiss which we up clean if see osman or reads have a chance to be on silver in inside of the or in the all and first details the lead up the thing lock beats the door sorry Adam Jen do sing the Teach hey ben may only be as sir not neighbors they keep different. The sir will hush very early. The trust to and where the law and all members reason. Right to has and the all members with him sir will did the main see on great hero. See and meg being the right up kind like so yeah and face of hell I keep that I all her and just tilt cool. Seeing she was good knowledge to a look sir for security right chain them as he way or behind his side. She's not all to fear us. I years old in the room she was fully helps or the sir you and he to do hey and get to the system. But yeah I did let you to.